Hey, hello everyone. Thanks for joining and welcome to the Maui Fest. So my name is Javier. I'm software engineer at Microsoft in the .NET MAUI team, and today I'm going to be the host of the event, just presenting the speakers, the sessions, pay attention to the social networks, and sharing your questions and your feedback with all the speakers. First of all, let me give thanks to our sponsors. We are doing this streaming thanks to some tooling shared by the Seville.net community. It's a Spanish.net community. And thanks for their sponsors to allow us to use their tooling, sharing all the content in a easy way. Say that, let's talk about what is the Maui Fest. So recently, in the past build, we released the GA version of .NET MAUI, and nothing better than join together some people of the team, join together some nice people from the community to have a nice day with community communication and some great sessions talking about .NET MAUI to celebrate the release. So that is just .NET MAUI. Will be just live streaming of about 5-6 hours more or less, where we will have some nice content. If you are out of context, a quick reminder, .NET MAUI is the open source framework to create cross-platform applications for mobile and desktop, Windows, macOS, iOS, and Android. Is an evolution from Xamarin's Forms and recently released the GA version, as I said before previously in the past build. I'm not going to deeply talk about that. This is just the introduction of the event. I just want to put everything in their place, put everybody in the same page, not getting nobody out of context, and mostly introduce the nice sessions that we are going to enjoy today. So let's talk about the schedule. And here we are. We have 6 amazing sessions. We have sessions from people around the world. We have 4 sessions in English, 2 ones will be on Spanish. And we are going to start with the first session that will be NET MAUI Blazor, building hybrid mobile desktop and web applications. And this session is my friend and teammate, Gerald Versluis. Gerald, this session will be in English, and we'll start just after this keynote. So we'll start in around 50 minutes. All the sessions will be sessions of 40 minutes. So more or less, every speaker could spend the time the way that he wants. Some ones probably will spend the 40 minutes with content. Other ones will spend some time at the end to resolve some questions, etc. So please, let's do this as interactive as possible. If you have any feedback, if you want to participate, share your feedback, share your experience, or share your questions in the chat or even in social networks. I'm going to use the MauiFest hashtag on Twitter to share different links, the next section, some information about the event during the day. So if you want to join me in using that hashtag, that will be nice. You can also ask questions on Twitter using it. So I will just pay attention to the chats and also the social networks to get all the feedback. So between all the sessions, we will have 5 minutes, a small break, but enough to go for a coffee, go to the bathroom, or just, disconnect the mind between the content of one session and the next one. And after 5 minutes of break, we will continue the event with another session, the first one in Spanish by Jorge Diego Crespo, with a session talking about how to create a specific code by platforms. The name of the session is Código de plataforma en MAUI, is the title in Spanish. And again, this is the first session of the event in Spanish. This will start at 4:35, again, another 40 minutes. And after 5 minutes, a small break again, we will have another very well-known friend. He's collaborating deeply in the community toolkit, Pedro Jesus, with an English session, in this case, talking about the different ways that we have to customize the controls. Again, other content, different content, but including a topic that probably many of you want to know more about it. And after that session with Cesar Jesus Angulo, we had the second session in Spanish of the day that will be at 6 and 5 minutes, talking about how to integrate your .NET MAUI applications with Azure B2C. We are going to see different actions, but mostly related with authentication and other stuff. So another cool session that will be continued by Igal Flegmann, talking about their own experience. I love this kind of session. It's about how he made a native application for Windows and Mac. It's a desktop application. In this case, using MAUI, but mostly using MAUI with Blazor, with Blazor Repeat. So this is a continuation, more or less, of the session from Gerald. With Gerald, we are going to see all the key concepts, the basic concepts, and then we are going to see a nice experience using it with Igal. So until here, we have 5 sessions, and the last one, it's an awesome session that I know that many people request and ask me about that, if Prism has support in MAUI, if there are anything new, if I have received many questions about that. So I'm lovely to present that we are going to have Dan Siegel, one of the main maintainers of Prism, with us today, talking about how to update Prism for .NET MAUI. So this is the session. I know from the chat that there are people around the world from many countries, many different time zones. All these time zones are GMT +2. Take that into account, remember that, or use this time, the Keynote, to remember that, you need to adapt these times to your time zone, okay? And that's it. This is all that I want to share mostly in the introduction. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining. A quick reminder, a quick summary. We are going to have 6 sessions, 4 of them in English, 2 ones in Spanish, starting use now. In the next 5 minutes, we will have the next one. Now, we are going to have a small break. Don't disconnect. Stay tuned. We continue with the next session from Gerald in small minutes. See you soon. We are back. Thanks for waiting. And with me, I have my good friend and awesome teammate, Gerald. Hi, buddy. How
Hello,
are you?
hello. Hey, good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Organizing a
Awesome.
day with the community. That's always awesome.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to doing my session. So, and
Yeah,
of course, the rest
absolutely.
of the sessions.
So, welcome. I'm not going to take much time from you. All the time is for you. Just let you know that I'm here, just taking a look to the feedback, to the chat, questions, etc. We'll share with you at the end of the session. So, all the time for you. Go for it.
Yeah, cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, let me know if there's any questions. I can't really see the chat right now. Or, just find me somewhere after on Twitter or wherever. You can probably find me. So I'm going to talk to you about .NET MAUI Blazor, and I have 40 minutes to do so. Normally, I do this in 1 hour, and I already talk a little bit fast, so try to keep up, basically. Who am I? My name is Gerald. As Javier already mentioned, I am on the .NET MAUI team together with Javier. You can find me on Twitter with that handle right there. And I also do a little thing on YouTube with .NET MAUI videos. So if that's what you're interested in, which is probably the case, else you wouldn't be here, go check out that channel and subscribe there as well. So for the agenda today, I think it's like quite easy. We have like .NET MAUI Blazor. So the first thing we kind of like need to answer is what is .NET MAUI? Then we can say like what is Blazor? And then we can talk a little bit about what is .NET MAUI Blazor? How does it work together? And what can these two things do? So first, quickly, what is .NET MAUI? Well, it is the evolution of Xamarin Forms. And Xamarin Forms has been our offering for creating cross-platform apps based on C#, .NET for iOS, Android, UWP, and also a little bit for Tizen, Linux, WPF, and macOS, but primarily for iOS, Android, and UWP. So that was before. We're still working on that. We're still maintaining that. But of course, the hot new thing is .NET MAUI, which stands for .NET Multi-Platform App UI. So that is the new thing, and that is now our product for cross-platform apps based on C# and .NET. That hasn't changed, but now for iOS, Android, Windows, and macOS. So you can see macOS jumped to the little big line. We are now supporting Windows and macOS as first-class citizens. So the mobile platforms and the desktop platforms are all together, and we're supporting all of that. So you will also see that we don't mention UWP, but we now just say Windows because UWP is deprecated and it's now based on WinUI. So we're now just saying we're supporting Windows, and whatever that may mean in the future, we're going to support it basically. The really cool thing, if you're coming from Xamarin Forms, like the outside APIs are like 95%, which is a very scientific number, 95% the same. So the transition from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI should be really easy. So if we put a little marketing sauce over that, then we could say .NET MAUI is the most productive way to develop native apps that perform great on any device that runs on Android, iOS, macOS, or Windows, and actually ties in as well from a single code base. So let's have a quick look at how that works exactly. So you have these like SDKs that the vendors are putting out, like Android, iOS, Apple, and of course Microsoft with Windows. And so you want to run your app on one or more of these platforms, right? So that's also kind of like what you want to do with .NET MAUI. It probably makes sense to use .NET MAUI whenever you want to run this on two platforms or more, right? If you want to just run it on one platform, then sure, you could still use .NET MAUI if that's what you prefer, but it maybe makes sense to choose something else. And we have your app code. That is the code where you want to spend most of your time. That's where you want to be productive. That is your $1,000,000 idea that will make you rich, right? That's going to be your app. So how are we going to get from like our app code and all these SDKs all the way to what's in between there, basically? What is .NET MAUI? What is .NET MAUI doing for you? You can just learn this so you know what's going on, and then you can forget it because you just need to know what .NET MAUI is. So the first kind of layer is the .NET runtime, which is where your application kind of runs, right? So for anything that's not Windows, basically, this still runs on Mono for the people who know what that is. But that and on Windows, of course, we have the full .NET runtime, which you can then run on, which is implemented natively. But that doesn't really matter that much, because on top of that, we have the .NET base class library. And the BCL, as it's also called, is now shared between all of those platforms as of .NET 6. So, you're just programming against that, although you might not even know it. And we will figure out what runtime it needs to run on for which platform. On top of that, we have .NET for Android, .NET for iOS, and WinUI. So .NET for Android, .NET for iOS. Again, if you're familiar with Xamarin, you might know that as Xamarin.iOS, Xamarin.android. We gave that a little bit of a different name because the Xamarin name is going away, but all the rest, of course, it's upgraded to .NET 6, but all the rest should be very much the same because it already used the namespaces for iOS and Android and whatnot. And like I already mentioned, we swapped out UWP for WinUI, and that's the platforms that we're building on top of. And this layer basically, has all the bindings and wrappers that the teams are that the teams are working very hard on to create bindings for the native APIs on the actual platform to make them available to you on C# and .NET. Excuse me. All right, I wish I had some water here. So on top of that, we're building .NET MAUI. And that's basically all that you need to know. So you can focus on your app code. You need to know how to work with .NET MAUI. And then boom, you can create your apps that are perfectly cross-platform. So because of the whole history with Xamarin Forms, we already have a very rich library of controls. We have 40+ controls. We have all kinds of navigation built in. Adaptive layouts that will help you make your layout adaptive based on, like, if you're running it on mobile or desktop, because that's now a first-class citizen as well. A renewed focus on accessibility, because if we implement accessibility better, we can make it easier for you to implement accessibility. We will get more accessible apps, and basically everybody wins. So here's a little overview of all the controls. You can see all the basic things and all the not so basic things. So we have images, entries, editors, sliders, progress bars, the whole shebang, basically. So what we also did, again, if you're kind of coming from the Xamarin Forms world, this is not really maybe relevant to the whole .NET MAUI Blazor stuff, but well, maybe it is actually. So what we did, this is a typical Xamarin Forms solution with like 3 projects. The top one, MAUI App, is a shared project where you want to have all your code. That's where your app code wants to live, because everything you put in there will be shared for your apps, right? And then we had the MAUI App.android, MAUI App.iOS, and those would kind of like be the bootstrapper projects for iOS and Android, because at the end of the day, we still need binaries that can run on Android and iOS. We still need to produce those. But what we did for .NET MAUI is we now have this single project approach. So we just now have this single project, which is multi-targeted. So all your code is in one project, but you still have all the power to write platform-specific code if that's what you want. So you have these platforms, and then under there, you have folders for Android, iOS, Windows, macOS, and Tizen are there as well. We'll see that in a little bit. And everything in that platforms folder is platform-specific code. But everything outside of it is now shared, including the resources, which is a big win. So, you have like the resources. If you've been working with mobile apps, then you know that you had to resize your images like to a gazillion different resolutions for Android, and then you had to do the same for iOS. You don't need to do that anymore. You just put in one image, preferably an SVG, and we will do all the resizing and stuff for you. So your resources are shared as well. Now, the same goes for like your fonts. You had to define those for each platform as well. The images, I already mentioned those, so you can just put them in there. Then how does it know what bits to run, basically? Well, in the new run menu, you can just specify like, hey, I want to run everything for iOS or Android. All your devices are there in one list. You just select the right one, and it will start running those for the platform that you've selected. So what else do we got? We also have Essentials. And with Essentials, well, I should say actually the API is kind of like formally known as Essentials, because we kind of like changed them to be in different namespaces. And sorry, I'm just texting my wife to drink some water. All right. Excuse me about that. So we divided the essentials libraries in kind of like their own namespaces, which make a little bit more sense. So if you would have like, I don't know, geolocations, those are now in Microsoft.maui.device.centers or something. So we put them in like more logical places and namespaces. So, the essentials name is probably going away over time as well, but I might refer to them as the essentials API still. But this is basically like all the APIs and all the sensors and APIs that are not necessarily a UI thing in .NET MAUI, but you can still do all of those because those are still common across all the platforms. So let me show you a very, very quick demo of like a .NET MAUI application. So I'm going to switch over to Windows here for now for a little bit. If you want to run .NET MAUI, you want to use Visual Studio Preview right now, which is I think 17.3 preview 1.1, something like that. Because .NET MAUI is GA, but the tooling for .NET MAUI is still in preview, and we want to have the preview bits out of the stable version of Visual Studio. So the tooling bits need to live in Visual Studio Preview, but you still need the tooling for .NET MAUI to run, right? So that's why there's a little bit of a weird situation here. But later this year, everything will be in Visual Studio Stable. Whenever you have everything installed, and this looks kind of blown up because I made the font blow up so that you can see it pretty well in the presentation. You will have this .NET MAUI app template right here. And whenever you go here, we are going to create one, and we're going to see that new single project approach, and we're going to see what that's all about. Takes a little bit of time. There we are. This is just a file new .NET MAUI template. So let me just quickly run this in the background as well for my Windows machine. It isn't quite done restoring all the things yet. There we are. And whenever we go here to our Solution Explorer, you can see the thing that I just showed. So we have this platform. So we have more platforms now than when I took the screenshot. So we have all these things. And in here, you can still see all the metadata for all those apps, and you can still write the platform-specific code. But if you look here in the resources, those are now all shared. And we have the fonts, and we have even more things here. We have some good options to generate the app icon, the icon on your phone screen, and the splash screen really easily for you. So definitely go check that out. And we have all the other things. So the XAML pages, that all lives here. Of course, you're free to create other libraries that you link to this and divide up your code, whatever you want. But basically, this is all you need to create, what was it, platforms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 apps from this one project, which is really amazing. So where's my Windows app? Is it coming up yet? Oh, there we are. My machine is a little bit slow for some reason. So here we have the basic .NET MAUI app. We have a little click me, a little counter, and that's basically all there is to it. So this is really quickly an overview of like the single project thing that we've got going on. And like I said, the run menu that we have here. So if I close this and I go back to my run menu, then you can see whenever I open that up that you will see the other things as well. So I have the Android emulators that you can connect to. If I connect my machine to a Mac on the network, I can see all the iOS simulators here and just run it on that. So that's all things that you can do with your .NET MAUI application. But we're working towards like the Blazor applications, right? So let's quickly go over a little bit for the people who are not familiar. What is then Blazor? And Blazor is basically web development without JavaScript. So, you all know these kind of like cool applications, right? The really rich experience, all kinds of menus and data grids and the pop-up dialogues. And whenever you go to the same application, the same page on a mobile device, then, it all scales, it's all responsive. Suddenly, the menu on the left will become a hamburger menu, and everything will just look and feel the same. But if you think about these types of applications, then typically you would think of Angular and Vue and React, and those are all based on JavaScript. Now, I could go on all day making jokes about JavaScript, and if I would joke all day, then a gazillion more JavaScript frameworks would have come out by then. But it's not so much about this being JavaScript, but I think it's about if you have to switch languages, like while you're creating something. So while you're creating a ASP.NET project, and you suddenly have to switch to, oh, what's this thing in JavaScript again? And you have to go out of your IDE, go to your browser, use Bing to search all the JavaScript things. That makes you less productive. So how cool would it be if you could just reuse all your C# and .NET knowledge, and still be able to do all the things of your single page application, your kind of like web thing that we're talking about here. So then Blazor was born, basically. And with Blazor, you can use C#, you can use all the tool, the IDE that you know and love, Visual Studio Code, all the things. We have a consistent ecosystem with all the things that I just mentioned, and all the plugins. You don't need to do NPM, or I don't know what they're even using in JavaScript. You could just use NuGet packages, put that in there. And we just celebrated, like, what was it, 20 years, 25 years of .NET Framework. So there's a lot of stability, at least a lot of history that you can build upon that we have today. So a very solid base, which is proven technology. So where does that all fit in? On the left, you have the whole web UI things, the MVC, Razor pages, single page applications that you can use today with Angular, React, etc., etc. And on the right, you have kind of like all the ASP.NET services, which don't really have a UI, right? So all of those things, and it won't be a surprise that Blazor fits in with all the web UI stuff, and it's built on top of ASP.NET. So if you already know ASP.NET, you know a lot about Blazor as well. How does it work? So we have kind of like two flavors. We have Blazor Server, where Blazor, the actual Blazor thing, is running on the server, which has Razor components, which is a very important thing. I'll get to that. It has .NET because we're providing .NET runtime with it as well. That's the kind of like the core of how .NET Core works. .NET Core, you get it. But what happens is whenever you go there through the browser, then whenever the user clicks in the browser, going through the document object model, and they click something through a signal R connection, the changes will go back and forth to the server. So that kind of like gives you an overhead of what's going on. It doesn't scale as nice as it could, but that's one way to use Blazor Server. We also have Blazor WebAssembly, which kind of mimics more how JavaScript works today, which downloads the whole application, so your whole Blazor application, to your browser. It uses WebAssembly, which is not something Microsoft invented, which is a concept that is built into most modern browsers right now, which is a runtime that you can compile your application to, and then it knows how to be executed within your browser. Also, it's nothing like Silverlight, so it doesn't have like the plugin thing that Silverlight has. This is just, it runs really natively inside of your browser, and it's also suitable for other languages. I think there's compilers for C++, Rust, all kinds of crazy things. You can compile that to WebAssembly, and you can use that from the browser. But in this case, we're talking about C# and .NET. So again, we have those Razor components and the .NET Core runtime. So kind of like the downside for this is that you have to download the whole application plus the .NET framework, right? Which is, from .NET 6, I think the .NET DLL is like 1 megabyte. So your little cat GIF is bigger than that, probably, that you look up daily. But still, it's something that you might want to take into account. And now, like, it requires a little bit of a different mindset, but like the UI latency is much less than with Blazor Server, right? Because now the user just clicks and it interacts right in the browser, and it goes much faster, and you can build offline applications with this. Like always, if you have choices, there's always pros and cons. So I'm not going to read all of them to you. I think the most important bits are the ones that I just mentioned, and kind of like the red axes at the bottom here. So for Blazor Server, you will always have an internet connection because there's a server part to it, and it has that little higher UI latency because you're going back and forth for each UI change that you're doing. For Blazor WebAssembly, the initial download is a little bit bigger because you're downloading the whole .NET Core thing. It might be slower depending on the actual client that you're running on, but it can execute offline whenever you downloaded all the bits, and it can work as an offline application. So there is that, basically. Now, we have Blazor Server, we have Blazor WebAssembly, and I think then it all comes together with .NET MAUI and Blazor in the hybrid scenario. So we'll talk a little bit more on that. Let me just quickly give you a file new Blazor application demo. I'll show you why I'll do that in a little bit. So back here on Windows, I'm going to do a file new project, and this time I'm going to look for Blazor. And you can immediately choose like Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly. In this case, it doesn't really matter what you choose. There's like subtle differences. And you can relatively easily switch between one or the other. Whenever we're going to create this, we can choose .NET 6. We can automatically add some authentication, configure for HTTPS. Let's do that because we're not animals, right? We use HTTPS, and do some things with Docker. So we can do all that, and whenever we create, we get, again, a new Blazor application. And this just runs in the browser, right? This is just a plain old Blazor application. I think Blazor is now 3 years old or something. There are production apps with this, so that's really cool. But if we also inspect here, like, again, what's in the template, we can see we have this www root, right, with the static HTML files, or CSS in this case. We have the pages, which has all the Razor syntax. And we have this index Razor, and we can mix HTML and Razor syntax and kind of like these helpers all together. So that's really cool. It reminds me a little bit of the PHP days, which was like the early days for me. Whenever you started programming, you would do PHP and mix all the things. But what I wanted to point out is, again, those Razor components. So here we have this survey prompt, for instance, which is a Razor component, basically. Now, here in the shared, we can see this survey prompt, right? So the name of the component that you specify here for this tag is just the file name of this Razor file, so survey prompt.razor. And inside of that, it's just more HTML, and we can see here C#. We have this add code block in here. And this makes for reusable Razor components, which is really cool. Why that is so important, I'll get to that in a minute. But so in this case, it's inside of the project, but you could take this survey prompt, you could put it in its separate project, and you could link it to this Blazor application. And you could take that separate project and put it in a NuGet if that's what you want, and distribute it to all the people that you want if you've created something cool. So that's kind of like that thing. And to make it even more reusable, there's a lot of things that you can do. And kind of like this is one of the most basic scenarios where you have the parameter, you have this title. This is just a C# property, right? So we have this title, and by adding this attribute parameter to it, it's settable from the outside. So what you can see here is we can set this title to this string, right? And then whenever we run this thing, browser will come up, and we will see that this title is actually there in something that is a little prompt thing. So let's wait for that to come up. Again, my machine is not really fast for some reason. So here the browser is coming up, and here you see this gray box is the survey thing, right? So here we can see that title that we just set, and this is just your Blazor application, right? This is just a file new Blazor application. And here we have a counter. For some reason, file new templates always need to have a counter, so we can do click me, and you can see that that responds instantly. And here we have a little thing that mimics fetching of data from a JSON file and deserialize that and show that in here. So there's all kinds of things, and a really cool thing is if we look at like that counter thing, there is no JavaScript here, right? So this is all in C# and .NET. We can just say, hey, this HTML here with a little counter. We have this current count. You can see with this little @ signs that we're referring to C# code and variables, right? So that updates automatically. A lot of cool stuff going on here. Another thing that I would quickly want to point out is here in this program CS, we have this web application.create builder. So this is a concept that is very, very common in ASP.NET, ASP.NET Core, maybe other .NET projects in the .NET ecosystem right now. But this is like a very common scenario now. Okay, so that is what Blazor is. Then we have kind of like the last part, right? What is .NET MAUI plus Blazor? So that's kind of like the best of both worlds, right? We have Blazor, we have all these devices and things, and let's see what that can do. So with .NET MAUI Blazor, you can build cross-platform native apps that run on Windows, macOS, iOS, and Android, which is not coincidentally the exact same platforms that we've seen that .NET MAUI can run on, right? You can reuse your existing Razor class library. So that's why I kept telling you about those Razor components. Those are Razor class libraries. You do not have to change anything. If you have an existing Blazor application, you can just take those components that you already have and you can use them inside of your .NET MAUI Blazor application. So that is so cool. Also, third-party libraries that you might have bought, they don't need to change anything. You can just take those and put those inside of your .NET MAUI Blazor application. And you have full platform device access. So you can have access to all the sensors, all the APIs on the actual device. I'll get to that in a minute. So what exactly is it? Blazor Hybrid is an extension of Blazor. It's a third option, as we've just seen already, to go with Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly, and now we have Blazor Hybrid. It's built on top of .NET 6 and .NET MAUI, and it's implemented through a Blazor WebView control to host and render the Blazor Web UI. Now, the Blazor Web View, so it's just another element in your UI, right? So you can take that element and you can put it somewhere, make it part of your UI, but just a little part, or you can create that whole hybrid application and make that Blazor Web View your full view and build your whole app as a Blazor app. So, the choices are yours and the possibilities are endless, basically. And what's really cool is that the Blazor Web View is not only implemented for .NET MAUI, it's also implemented for WinForms. Yes, you can use WinForms again. It's also implemented for WPF. So if you have like legacy applications that run on WinForms or WPF, you can now, you have to upgrade it to .NET 6, of course, but you can then use the Blazor Web View, and you can kind of like modernize your legacy application by swapping out some things for Blazor components, and start transitioning to a newer application and maybe a Blazor application ultimately. So this opens up a lot of cool scenarios. Now, how does that work? I kind of skipped over this with the Blazor template. We have this Blazor Web View. So this is in .NET MAUI. We see it here in XAML, but you can totally do this in C# as well. And you can see it defines a lot of things. It has a host page, an HTML page where it's going to load that Blazor application. And we're going to have to specify the root component, which is basically where our Blazor application is going to be loaded in. And with that component type, we're saying like, hey, this you're going to load like our main component type. This will become clear whenever I get to the demo. And we're going to point to the main.razor, which is a Blazor concept. And from there, it will start bootstrapping our Blazor application. And you can basically, do everything from Blazor if that's what you want. Now, before we go look at what it is exactly, a little bit of Mythbuster. So Blazor Hybrid runs 100% natively in one process. So it's not like we're spinning up a little web process in the background or a web server, and we're, hosting our Blazor application that way. No, we're already creating a .NET application. It already runs on .NET, so we don't need to host it anywhere. We can just make use of the .NET runtime that we already have in our .NET MAUI application. So no hosting, no nothing. We can just run it directly on there. Same performance, same everything. No HTTP request, unless, of course, you're going out to a server to retrieve data. Sure, then there's HTTP requests. But if you want to create an offline application, you totally can. You don't need any HTTP requests anywhere. And there's no browser sandbox, which is a big thing as well. So if you load that Blazor application inside of your browser, then luckily, I would say, we have the browser sandbox, right? That application cannot just go out and format your hard drive. But with your .NET MAUI application, you can totally format your hard drive. You can totally do that. You're not bound to that browser sandbox because you can access all of those device APIs, all of those sensors, all those things. So the only thing kind of like HTML about Blazor Hybrid is the UI. Because that is the only thing that's kind of like web rendered. All the other stuff is just running natively as a .NET application. So let's see how that works. Now, if we do again file new project, we also have this .NET MAUI Blazor app. So if we create one for that, this is going to be MAUI App 8, which is going to be terrific. And if we look at like, oh, this goes fast for some reason. If we go look at this one, this is kind of interesting. If we've seen the other kind of like templates here, we have now something that looks like the MAUI template because we have the platforms with all the platforms under here and the metadata for Android. And we have the resources and the app icon and that kind of stuff. But we also have the pages with Razor pages. And we also have the www root. So they basically took like two of the templates for Blazor for .NET MAUI, smashed it together, and now they said, hey, we have this .NET MAUI Blazor application. And you can see actually the exact same stuff that's in the Blazor template, because here we already have this index.razor. We see this survey template. There it is. And we have this shared survey template right here. But imagine that you took that survey prompt. I'm saying survey template, but it means survey prompt. If you took that, put it into a separate project, or maybe even a NuGet, I could just pull down that NuGet, put it in this project, and boom, I can reuse it in my .NET MAUI Blazor application as well. And if we run this, let me just stick to Windows right now. I could also do it on Android, but it takes a little bit of more time to boot up the Android emulator and get it running there. You will see that this is actually, the Blazor template basically running. It looks like kind of like the same as in the browser, but now it's running inside of a native Windows application, and we can use all the power from that. So that's kind of cool. And what we also get, because we're using HTML and Bootstrap and all the CSS things, again, a lot of proven technology here. It is responsive out of the box. If I make this, a little bit smaller, we again get that responsiveness, and suddenly we have this hamburger menu. And if I make it bigger again, then boom, we would have the menu bar again. So this is all stuff that we kind of like get for free, which is still a little bit harder to do whenever you're creating a native .NET MAUI application. So if this is something that you like, then definitely use it like this.
Someone's at the front door.
So there is that. And what I wanted to also mention is like MAUI program, which we have here. And this is kind of like, it looks the same for kind of like you see the same concept that we saw for a regular Blazor template, right? So we have this create builder. Of course, it's not the exact same things that you're going to see here, but you can use that exact same .NET generic host builder, the same concept that you will be familiar from with like other .NET project ecosystems. So that should look familiar, and will give you a flying start basically with this whole project thing right here. Now, the other kind of thing, like, we have to make that bridge between this XAML. So this is still .NET MAUI. This is that Blazor web view that I just showed you in the slides. And this is kind of like comes back to the approach of, do you want to create that full hybrid app with one page where you have a full Blazor application, or do you want to maybe mix and match a little bit and make it one element in your UI? So if we run this again, you will see that this whole page is that Blazor application, and we're just loading it like that, running it like that. But what if we want to change that and maybe load each of the pages that we have here in the menu right here? Maybe we want to load the counter and the fetch data in separate tabs that are the Windows tabs, right? So what you could then do is go here and not make this a content page, but we could make this a tabbed page. And then we can create content pages here. So content page. And inside of a page, we can have that Blazor web view. And we could copy this one and create another one. And another one, and we could give this a title. So let's make this, home, and the other one was title counter, right? And this one was something with data. There we have that. But now we're still referring to like that main, right? And that main is this main.razor, which is a router element, which is a Blazor thing. And this wires up like all the pages that we have. But we could also point our Blazor web view directly to pages. So what I could also say is here, create a new XML namespace with pages. And I could here say pages, because this all lives in my pages, right? So we have this counter, and this has the, it doesn't really show here, but this lives under the pages namespace. So that's why I have this little thing here. And now I can say not local.main, but I can say pages counter, or I can say pages. What else do we have? The other, this one is the counter. Okay, so this is index, and this one is, what's it called? Fetch data. It's not called fetch data. Okay, then I don't know what this one is called. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna not do this one for now. So you could, if you know how to look up the name, you could totally do that. And now, if I would run this, then we should see a tabbed page, which is a native Windows control, or it's going to be translated to a Windows control through the power of .NET MAUI, and we will load in each tab a Blazor web view with that exact page. So I need to change this main page.xaml here to a tabbed page as well, so that this is in line. Tabbed page, there we are. And if I run it again, so this way you can really mix and match like the native platform functionality with the Blazor functionality, and you can create apps any way you like, basically leveraging the power of these both platforms. Now, this is only this one thing here. You can see home, counter, see, so it loads all these things in here. We don't have that menu anymore. We can just create our own menu and still use all of this Blazor power right here. Now, you could use this also for, like, popping the camera, getting the location of the user of the device. Those are all the APIs that you can still use from .NET MAUI, but now through Blazor, because it's all just C# and .NET, right? All right.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, sure.
Minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I'm wrapping up. Thank you. So there's another totally awesome demo that I could show you right now, which is the .NET podcast. If you just go to .NET fully written out, so dotnet, .NETpodcasts.com, you will have this very cool showcase, which is still being maintained. You can host it yourself if you want. You can go to GitHub, inspect all the code. It has the server side for this thing, and basically it's an application that loads all kind of podcasts which are .NET related, and you can listen together. You can subscribe. Now, it's all not all implemented because it's meant as a showcase. But what is implemented is a .NET MAUI application, a mobile application, in like two versions. A native .NET MAUI application, so with full native controls, all the bits it compiles to however it should look and feel on iOS, but also a .NET MAUI Blazor, so a Blazor hybrid application. So they built the same application, but now also with Blazor. So you can see the differences in the approach, how to do what and where. But what is also really cool for the .NET MAUI Blazor application, that shares components with the .NET podcasts.com, because that website that you can see there is also a Blazor application. So, there's all kinds of sharing and things going on here, which is really interesting if you are, looking for how to create your application, considering different strategies, all those kinds of things. So I know you're right now behind your computer, you're like, the day has just started, but you're already hyped up with like .NET MAUI Blazor. I want to do all the things, but calm down, okay? There is a couple of other things. I only have a few minutes left, so before I let you explore on your own, right after watching Maui Fest, of course, I always get these questions now, like, when should I use or should I use .NET MAUI Blazor at all? When should I use or should I use .NET MAUI Blazor? Or when should I just use Blazor? And kind of like the answer to all of this is the answer to everything in development. It depends. Right? It depends. So there is all these scenarios that you can do right now. If you are a web developer and you want to go into cross-platform and you want to have that icon in the app stores, then this is a way for you to do it. Or the other way around. Maybe you're very familiar with Examine Forms with .NET MAUI and you want to, look into your web development skills as well, and you want to use that UI. It will make it very easy to create pixel perfect UIs with the .NET MAUI Blazor stuff. You can do that as well. And I think a more realistic scenario is the one that I mentioned. You have that legacy application that you want to modernize. You can do that kind of like from the inside out, or just because you have too much time and you like to tinker with new technology, just because you can, go check this out. Now, again, we have so many choices. So people also then ask me like, hey, when should I choose what? If you want to have the biggest reach, go for the web. All devices have kind of like a browser. So if you're going to create a Blazor application, you can run it on basically any device in the world. If you want to like kind of go hybrid in the same space as Electron or a native app with a web view, that you could now go with Blazor and .NET MAUI together, and you will have that Blazor hybrid approach. Or if you want to leverage the full power, full performance of all the devices, you could check into .NET MAUI, maybe WinUI, WinForms, WPF. So we have all these options for you right now, depending on your requirements, what you like to develop with, and all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for my session. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Maui Fest. And thank you so much, Javier, for having me.
No, thanks for you for participating in the event. To be ready always,
Absolutely.
anytime to help with anything.
Sure.
So thanks so much. Amazing session. I think it's a nice introduction, not only because you introduce Blazor Hybrid, you also introduce Maui, and that's nice for the rest of the event. And also it's nice for a session that we will have later with another speaker sharing his experience working with Blazor Hybrid and creating an application for desktop in 2 weeks. So that will be another nice session. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Enjoy the rest of the day. And
you
see you
too.
soon.
Bye-bye.
And for the rest, we will continue the event. Now we will have a break of 5 minutes again, like before, and we'll continue with the first Spanish session talking about how to create a specific code by platform. So stay tuned and see you in 5 minutes. Bye. We're back. So, a quick reminder, now we are continuing with the first Spanish session in the event. So, now I'm going to continue talking in Spanish to say hola a mi amigo Jorge. Digo
hola a
Crespo,
todos.
¿qué tal, Jorge? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien. Aquí estoy arrinconado en la cocina. Estoy de mudanza, pero todo más bien.
Ya te veo. Bueno, gracias por el esfuerzo de participar en el evento aún con la mudanza. Espero que la mudanza te sea leve. Y bueno, nos vienes a hablar sobre cómo gestionar código específico por plataforma en MAUI, ¿verdad?
Sí. Voy a contar un poquito algunas cosas.
Estupendo. Pues nada, te dejo todo el tiempo para ti. Recuerda, 40 minutos. Estaré aquí pendiente del chat, cualquier feedback, pregunta, etcétera. Te dejo con ello. A por ello.
Vale, pues vamos al lío. He metido bastante contenido. Hay algo extra que seguramente se vea en siguientes sesiones sobre personalización de controles. Así que vamos rapidito. Bueno, ¿qué vamos a ver hoy? Pues, como ha dicho Javier, vamos a explicar un poco cómo tirar código de plataforma en MAUI. ¿A qué me refiero con esto de código de plataforma? Pues es aquel exclusivo de una de las plataformas a las que va destinada nuestra aplicación. Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, Tizen, cualquiera de esas plataformas. ¿Cuándo voy a necesitar este tipo de código? La verdad es que cada vez se necesita menos porque toda la evolución que hubo en Xamarin Forms y toda la que está habiendo en MAUI pues hace que la mayor parte de nuestro código sea común, vaya a la parte cross-platform, un muy alto porcentaje. Pero sí que es cierto que hay veces que tenemos que irnos a la parte nativa a tirar algo de código. Y normalmente esos casos son cuando quiero alguna funcionalidad que no puedo desarrollar con código común o no hay ningún nugget para eso o no quiero usarlo directamente, me lo quiero hacer yo. O también cuando quiero hacer alguna personalización en algún control. Los controles de MAUI la verdad es que cada vez están más completos, se pueden personalizar muchísimo sin necesidad de ir a nativo, pero hay veces que quieres hacer algún detalle y te tienes que ir a nativo. Pues esos son los dos casos principales en los que nos vamos a tener que ir a la parte nativa a escribir código exclusivo de cada plataforma. ¿Qué opciones tengo para escribir este tipo de código? Pues son parecidas a las que veníamos teniendo en Xamarin Forms, pero cambian un poco y cambian para mejor, al menos en la experiencia que estoy teniendo. Como ahora solo tenemos un proyecto único, podemos acceder a código de plataforma, a librerías propias de iOS, de Android, de Windows, en mitad de nuestro código poniendo directivas de compilación. Esa es una de las opciones. Podemos usar servicios, que es la forma tradicional que se hacía en Xamarin Forms. Además que está bien, ahora lo veremos, porque el código está más, la funcionalidad está más encapsulada, es más testeable. Así que a mí me gusta esto de los servicios y en la demo vamos a ver que le he dado una vuelta de tuerca para que estructuralmente quede mucho más amigable a la hora de escribir código y de mantener nuestras aplicaciones. Tenemos los handlers, que es la gran novedad de MAUI respecto a Xamarin Forms. En Xamarin teníamos los renderers y ahora la forma en la que se renderizan los controles es a través de handlers. Lo vamos a ver también. Tenemos los efectos. Son exactamente igual que los efectos de Xamarin Forms, siguen estando aquí. No es necesario añadir ninguna instrucción de compatibilidad, a diferencia de los renderers, así que en principio los podemos usar. Y tenemos los renderers, que bien es cierto que hay que ir pensando en migrarlos, pero poniendo una instrucción de compatibilidad y haciendo algún pequeño cambio para que se registre el renderer, los podemos usar. De hecho, creo que todavía hay algún control de MAUI que su renderizado se hace mediante renderers y no mediante handlers. Imagino que se irán migrando poco a poco. Una de las cosas que más me gusta de MAUI es esto que acabamos de ver, que tenemos un montón de formas distintas de tirar código, bueno, de hacer las distintas cosas que necesitamos hacer en nuestras aplicaciones, que no estamos encorsetados y tenemos multitud de opciones. Vale, vamos a empezar por la primera, la más sencilla, la más directa a la hora de desarrollar, la que podemos usar para hacer alguna prueba de concepto y rápido, o incluso en nuestras aplicaciones en producción, si así lo deseamos. Las directivas de compilación. Sería algo así. Pues en el bloque de Android meteríamos el código propio de Android que utiliza las las librerías de esta plataforma, en el de iOS, lo de iOS. Y podríamos poner más plataformas, Windows, Mac, Tizen, las que queramos. Varios contras a mi gusto. Veo que este código es poco testeable y también veo que podemos tener un código un poco espagueti y que a la hora de escribirlo sí vamos a ir más rápido porque vamos escribiendo todo el tirón, pero luego a la hora de mantener nuestra aplicación pues puede que tengamos algún problema. El segundo punto que veíamos eran los servicios, que el concepto es el mismo que en Xamarin Forms. Tenemos una interfaz que define nuestro contrato y la implementación la hacemos una implementación por cada plataforma. Ese código tendría que estar en la parte de la plataforma o puede que esté en la parte del proyecto común. No hace falta que esté en la plataforma, lo vamos a ver ahora en la demo. El registro se hace en el App Builder, ya no tenemos el Dependency Service de Xamarin Forms. Es un App Builder muy parecido al que se usa en aplicaciones ASP.NET. Y el código queda más aislado porque lo tenemos en un servicio que hace una funcionalidad, queda más legible, queda más mantenible y además más testeable. Podemos testear el servicio de forma aislada y luego podemos hacer un mock de ese servicio para probar otras cosas que lo usan. A mí me gusta más esta opción que la de las directivas. Pues vamos con la primera demo. Intento ir rápido porque quiero que me dé tiempo a ver todo. Vale, la primera demo, tengo ya la aplicación creada, Visual Studio Preview, todo lo que os ha introducido un poco Gerald. Pues aquí tengo mi proyecto en MAUI. Veis que hay muchas cosas, pero bueno, no le hagáis mucho caso porque como tengo varias demos, hay mucho código aquí metido ahora mismo. El primer ejemplo, lo que voy a hacer es abrir la pantalla de settings de la aplicación. Para ello, necesito código propio para cada plataforma, porque no tengo manera de hacerlo. Creo que se incluirá en MAUI Essentials, me parece, no sé si estará incluido ya. Pero bueno, para el ejemplo, más que suficiente. Tengo solo una pantalla, que es esta. Lo que nos interesa para esta demo es este primer botón. Tengo una View Model, que la tengo por aquí. Esa View Model tiene un command y en ese command pues lo que hago es abrir la pantalla de settings asociada a esta aplicación.
Jorge,
Dígame.
pequeño detalle, acuérdate de si puedes incrementar el tamaño de la fuente un poquito.
Sí.
A lo mejor a 140 quizás.
¿Ahí mejor?
Mucho mejor,
Vale.
Gracias.
A ti. Vale, esta sería la parte de Android. No voy a entrar demasiado en el código porque no es el objetivo de la charla. El objetivo es deciros cómo lo podéis hacer, no en sí el código que estoy aquí tirando. ¿Veis? Directiva de compilación. Este método es el que se llama desde el command. No tiene nada raro. Pero esto, para hacerlo en Xamarin Forms, pues me tenía que hacer un servicio, llamar al servicio y la implementación en cada plataforma. ¿Es más rápido de escribir? Sí. ¿Es la opción que yo haría? Pues es una opinión personal. Yo no lo haría así. Además de estas directivas de compilación que van ensuciando el código, también tendríamos que tener las directivas a la hora de hacer los using. Porque este es propio de Android, este es propio de iOS. Pues si tenemos más plataformas, esto va a ir creciendo. Y puede que el código pues se vaya complicando. Pero funciona perfectamente. Si yo así, se ejecuta el código propio de iOS y me abre la pantalla de los settings asociada a esta aplicación. Vale, hasta aquí las directivas de compilación. El segundo ejemplo, que serían los servicios, que es análogo a Xamarin Forms, pero bueno, vamos a ver un poquito. Y vamos a darle una vuelta de tuerca, como os he comentado. Yo me he creado una interfaz, que la tengo por aquí, y solo tengo un método, que es el Open App Settings. Esto está en la parte común, ¿vale? Esta implementación, pues tengo una implementación para Android y otra para iOS. Os abro la de iOS, que veáis que no tiene ningún secreto, y este código sería exactamente el mismo que tenía antes. Me abre mi pantalla de settings y se acabó. Lo he tenido que colocar aquí y me quito todas las directivas de compilación. Vale, ¿cómo registro este servicio? Pues antes tenía aquí un decorador que me decía que esta era la implementación de esta interfaz y luego cuando usaba el Dependency Service para resolverlo, pues obtenía la instancia de este servicio y lo podía usar. Hasta ahí, perfecto. Pero ahora la cosa cambia un poco. Si me voy a mi View Model, que lo tengo por aquí en las features, pues veis que tenemos un poco la filosofía de ASP.NET Core. Yo estoy inyectando el servicio y lo recibo por constructor. Y aquí ya lo puedo usar. Estoy diciendo a mi command que ejecute el método de mi servicio. Vale, pero esta magia, ¿cómo hago que se produzca? ¿Dónde le estoy diciendo yo que esta interfaz se implementa aquí, con esta clase? Pues en el App Builder, nuestro gran amigo, el App Builder, que lo vamos a usar para registrar y configurar un montón de cosas. Aquí en el MAUI Program creamos el Builder, esto viene hecho, esto nos lo da la plantilla y lo único que tenemos que hacer para poder usar el servicio es este registro. Vale, oye Jorge, vuelves a tener directivas de compilación, ¿no decías que no te gustaban? Las podemos salvar. Ahora digo cómo. Pero bueno, antes de seguir hay que registrar el servicio y una vez que lo tenemos registrado ya lo recibiríamos en el View Model. Si quiero registrar el View Model, la View, para que todo vaya por el inyector de dependencias, pues lo hago aquí también. Aquí el servicio lo he registrado como singleton y he registrado el shell, la main page y la view model asociada a la main page. ¿Para qué hago esto? Pues para que la main page, que la tengo por aquí en features, pues también reciba el view model inyectado en el constructor. Todo viene inyectado. Ya usamos este App Builder y todo nos viene inyectado. Y ya podemos crear servicios alegremente. Lo que os comentaba, no me gustan las directivas de compilación. ¿Qué puedo hacer para solucionarlo? Pues sería bastante sencillo. Poner el mismo namespace para las dos implementaciones de los servicios. Si yo aquí le quito iOS y al otro le quito Android, tendrían el mismo namespace y esto compilaría perfectísimamente. Y podría tener esta línea. Vale. Hasta aquí todo bien. Pero yo llegué aquí y me preguntaba, joder, tengo un single project que nos han vendido que esto es la bomba y al final tengo también una carpeta de plataforma y tengo que meter el código propio de cada plataforma aquí en las carpetas de Android, de iOS, de Windows. Y yo me preguntaba, joder, si al final nos han metido los proyectos aquí dentro y en vez de tener 3 proyectos, pues tengo 3 carpetas. Vale, sí y no. Aquí, como puedo acceder al código de plataforma desde cualquier sitio, pues puedo hacerme algo así. Perdón. Puedo venirme a mi carpeta servicios, que veis que no está dentro de la carpeta de ninguna plataforma, y dejar esta estructura parecida a la que teníamos cuando hacíamos un plugin. A ver, voy cerrando cosas. Vale. Veis que tengo este punto Android, que sería la implementación de Android, y este punto iOS, que sería la implementación de iOS. Todo con el mismo namespace. El namespace respeta la estructura de carpetas que tenemos, que en el caso anterior no la respetaría y hay gente que eso no le gusta. Y tengo todo el código mucho más agrupado. Tengo la interfaz de mi servicio y las implementaciones de todas las plataformas aquí juntas. No tengo que estar navegando entre las carpetas de las distintas plataformas para ver cómo está implementada cierta cosa. Vale, pero oye, ¿esto va a funcionar? Pues con que hagamos esto no es nada propio de MAUI, es simplemente un truco de condiciones de compilación para decirle, pues mira, todo lo que acabe en más catalyst me lo incluyes cuando compile para más catalyst. Todo lo que acabe en .windows para Windows y así sucesivamente para Android y para iOS. A mí esta solución, la verdad es que me gusta mucho porque el código se queda mucho más estructurado y de un plumazo veo las implementaciones que tengo para las distintas plataformas. Incluso si para alguna plataforma no tengo la implementación, lo veo rápidamente y no tengo que estar navegando por código de plataforma y ver qué está pasando y ver por dónde me viene el error. Nada, lo tengo todo aquí. Además, si me vengo al MAUI Program, el registro lo puedo hacer sin directivas de compilación aquí, todo limpio. Y esto funciona perfectamente. Vale. Hasta aquí sería la parte de añadir funcionalidad accediendo a código nativo. La siguiente parte que hemos visto en la introducción es que igual queremos tirar código nativo para personalizar funcionalidades o aspectos de un control. Vamos con ello. Vale, la gran novedad, como hemos visto antes, son los handlers que vienen a sustituir a los renderers. Son más rápidos, vais a ver que es mucho más sencillo trabajar con ellos. Bueno, los vamos a usar para modificar el aspecto o el comportamiento del control. Y este gráfico, que si no lo habéis visto, pues seguro que lo veis bastante de aquí en adelante, viene a explicar un poco el funcionamiento de los handlers. Este ejemplo se centra en el botón, pero sería así para todos los controles. A diferencia de los renderers, que para hacer un renderer tú heredabas de una clase en la que especificabas el control de la parte de Xamarin y el control en el que se iba a renderizar de la parte nativa, aquí hay una interfaz que nos abstrae del control de la parte común. De esta manera, pues podemos tener diferentes controles que cumplan la misma interfaz y poder ir cambiándolas a nuestro antojo. Vale, y el handler lo que hace es decir cómo se implementa nativamente, qué control nativo, cómo se mapean las propiedades al control nativo. Lo de mapear es importante. Lo vemos ahora. Vale, ¿cómo me has contado aquí lo de los handlers un poco por encima? Pues yo quiero saber cómo puedo customizar mi control o cómo puedo añadirle funcionalidad usando esto de los handlers, que todos decís que es tan maravilloso y tan fácil de usar. Pues vamos a ver distintos conceptos. El primero de ellos es el mapper. Y a mí esto del mapper, la verdad es que me ha encantado. Porque antes para tocar alguna propiedad que cambiase la forma en que renderizaba, tenía que hacerme un renderer, tenía que sobreescribir el element change o el element property change y empezar a tirar ahí mi código. Ahora lo puedo hacer de una manera mucho más directa, con los mappers. ¿Qué es un mapper? Pues cada propiedad de esa interfaz tiene un mapper asociado que define qué se hace cuando esa propiedad cambia. Por ejemplo, en el ejemplo vamos a ver el test color, pues cuando cambia el test color, ¿qué se hace para que se materialice ese cambio en el control nativo? Pues habría que cambiar el color de texto del UI button o del App Compact button o del button en Windows. Esos son los mappers. Y a esos mappers podemos añadirle funcionalidad que se ejecute antes, después, sustituir la funcionalidad que hay de origen a través de estos métodos. A través del prepend to mapping, que sería qué se va a ejecutar antes de que se ejecute el mapper que ya hay. Modify mapping, que sería sustituir el que ya hay. Y append to mapping, que sería qué se va a ejecutar después de que se ejecute el mapper que ya tenemos. El primero y el último, veis que solo recibe un handler y un view. A través del handler podemos acceder al control nativo. Y en la view nos viene la interfaz de la parte cross-platform, el e-button, si seguimos con el ejemplo anterior. Además, veis que el Modify Mapping trae una acción. Esta acción sería el mapper original. O sea, si no llamamos a esta acción, si no la invocamos, sustituiríamos el comportamiento que tiene este mapper. Por ejemplo, el test color, si yo no llamo a la acción, el color y no hago nada dentro del Modify Mapping, el color del texto de mi control no cambiaría, porque estoy sustituyendo lo que hace ese mapeo sobre esa propiedad. Todos los mapeos se hacen a partir de un nombre y una acción. El nombre típicamente es el nombre de la propiedad en la interfaz e-button, por seguir con el ejemplo. Pues si hay una propiedad testColor, el nombre del mapeo se va a llamar testColor. Y la acción que sería el método que se ejecuta. Y en ese método es donde se harían las acciones oportunas para realizar el cambio en el control nativo. O sea, para materializar el test color en el control nativo, si seguimos con el ejemplo del test color. Vale, ¿qué más cosas nos ofrecen los handlers? Todo esto lo vamos a ver en la demo ahora. Pues los handlers tienen un ciclo de vida que podemos aprovechar para hacer ciertas cosas en la parte nativa. No todos los controles están basados en handlers, pero vamos, la gran mayoría. Imagino que los que faltan, si no están migrados ya, que es posible que lo estén, lo estarán. Creo que el BoxView, Frame y algún otro por ahí quedaba a la hora de escribir esto. Vale, ¿cómo podemos aprovechar este ciclo de vida? Pues todos esos controles, el button, el label, todos los que estén basados en handlers, tienen estos eventos, handler changing y handler change. En estos eventos, en el sender, nos llega el objeto que nos permite acceder al control nativo para cambiar ciertas propiedades. O incluso se usa típicamente esta parte para suscribirnos a eventos nativos que no están reflejados en la parte cross-platform del control. Nos podríamos suscribir y luego de suscribirnos a esos eventos en el handler changing. Esto es lo que digo aquí, que tiene sentido para ese tipo de cosas. ¿Qué más podemos hacer con los handlers? Pues implementar uno propio. Si estas cosas no nos sirven, se nos quedan cortas, pues podemos implementar nuestro propio handler, que sería lo análogo a implementar nuestro propio renderer en Xamarin Forms. ¿Cómo lo tenemos que hacer? Pues heredamos de View Handler, le indicamos la interfaz, es ahí Cross-Platform Control, sería el iButton, si seguimos con el ejemplo, y el Native Control, que sería el control nativo con el que se va a renderizar. Tendríamos que implementar este método, createNativeView, en el que definimos cómo se crea la vista nativa. El nombre, la verdad es que no da lugar a dudas. Y tendríamos que hacer los mapeos necesarios de las distintas propiedades de nuestra interfaz para que cuando cambie esa propiedad se ejecute el mapper asociado. Vale, vamos con la demo, que seguro que lo vemos todo un poco más claro. Aquí tengo la demo de los mappers. Vale, voy a ir lanzándola. Antes de nada, y mientras se lanza os enseño un poco de código. Vale, los mappers los tengo por aquí. Vamos a centrarnos en ellos, aunque sería exactamente igual. Aquí me he hecho una clase estática en la que creo distintos mappers. Los mappers, no sé si lo he dicho, pero no estoy obligado a hacer un mapeo con un nombre de una propiedad que ya esté mapeada. Yo puedo añadir mapeos. Por ejemplo, este Maui Fest map. Y según he ido viendo en las trazas, pues se ejecuta perfectamente independiente de los demás. Aquí veis que tengo mucho código un poco que parece morralla porque tengo dos append, tengo dos prepend, tengo un modify comentado. Es para explicaros cómo funciona esto de los mappers. El prepend sería un código que se ejecuta antes del mapper que ya exista. Y puedo ir añadiendo tantos prepend como quiera. Este no sustituye a este, sino que se ejecutaría uno y luego el otro. Lo mismo con el append. Uno no sustituye al otro, sino que se ejecuta uno detrás de otro. El único que haría que todo se fuese al garete sería el modify. El modify, veis que recibe un action, como os he comentado en las PPTs, y aquí yo estoy llamando al action, lo estoy invocando. ¿Por qué hago esto? Porque si no hago esto, el código nativo que me da MAUI no se ejecutaría y además tampoco se ejecutaría nada de esto. ¿Vale? Eso tenerlo en cuenta porque igual os volvéis un poco locos si hacéis un append y hacéis un modify. Si el modify no llama al action, ni el append ni el prepend se van a ejecutar. Pues bueno, todo este código va a estar en mi repositorio. Luego, si queréis jugar con esto, lo descargáis y vais viendo toda la traza que va dejando. Vale, os cuento el ejemplo, que esto ya está cargado. Lo único que he hecho es redondear, hacer un entry con los bordes un poquito redondeados, de un color que es el mismo color de texto y un botón que cambia el color de texto y al cambiar el color de texto, pues cambia el borde. ¿Cómo he hecho esto? Pues con los mappers. Lo que he hecho es engancharme al mapper del text color. En vez de poner aquí el string, pues a mí me gusta hacer esto para no tener problemas de escribir mal alguna etiqueta y que algo no funcione y me vuelva medio loco. Yo lo he metido en el append. Aquí realmente me daría lo mismo meterlo en el append que en el prepend, que en el modify siempre y cuando llame a la acción. Y aquí lo que estoy haciendo es, en el handler, que es una de las cosas que me viene en mi delegado o como parámetro de entrada en mi acción, puedo acceder a la vista de la plataforma. Y aquí pues hago ciertas cosas para dejar este borde redondeado con un corner radius de 10, con un color que sea igual al test color de la view, que también me viene aquí, y con un border width igual a 2. ¿Qué pasa cuando yo pulso este botón? Pues este botón lo que está haciendo es cambiar el test color. No está cambiando nada del borde, estoy cambiando el test color, que lo tengo que tener por aquí. ¿Veis? Yo cambio el test color y al cambiar el test color se vuelven a lanzar los mappers para materializar este cambio en la vista nativa y al lanzarse los mappers y yo haber hecho el append mapping se va a lanzar también este código. Si yo pongo un punto de parada aquí, si lo lanzo, pues veis qué pasa por aquí. ¿El nuevo test color cuál es? Verde. ¿Por qué es verde? Pues porque lo he cambiado aquí. Si es verde lo pongo rojo, si es rojo lo pongo verde. No hago mucho más. ¿Vale? Así es como funcionan los mappers. Vale. Y ahora preguntaréis, oye, y tú tienes aquí una clase estática, pero aquí, ¿cuándo estás pasando? Pues realmente podemos pasar cuando queramos y en el momento que se ejecute esto, será cuando se empiecen a lanzar los mappers que aquí añadamos. Si metéis cambios que queréis que sean consistentes a lo largo de toda la vida de vuestra aplicación, de principio a fin, pues lo tendréis que poner aquí. Es un buen sitio. En el App Builder, pues al final de todas las configuraciones y todo el registro, yo me he hecho un Create Mappers. Y me he hecho estas clases, pues lo mismo de antes, porque el mapper, pues tengo distintos mappers para Android que para iOS. En realidad son los mismos, pero el código nativo cambia. Aquí estoy haciendo lo mismo. Estoy haciendo un entry con un borde redondeado y con el borde del color del test color en Android. ¿Vale? Hasta aquí los mappers de los handlers y veis la potencia que tiene. Para hacer esto con un renderer en el antiguo Xamarin Forms, pues nos teníamos que pegar un poco más. Vale. Si pasamos al siguiente ejemplo, que era el del ciclo de vida, aunque los tengo ahí cambiados. ¿Cómo puedo aprovechar el ciclo de vida del mapper para hacer ciertas cosas? ¿Y qué sentido tiene? Bueno, voy a ir ejecutando como antes. Y cierro todo. Vale. Y por aquí tengo estas clases. Bueno, vamos a ver el SAML. Yo tengo un entry y el entry, como está basado en handlers, pues tiene estos eventos. El changing y el change. La implementación de estos eventos, pues la he hecho una para Android y otra para iOS, porque voy a acceder a código de plataforma. Pues en la de iOS, en el change, estoy cambiando el color y lo estoy poniendo siempre rosa. Aquí ya no tendría sentido usar el color de la vista porque este código no se va a estar ejecutando siempre que cambie el test color. Eso, tenerlo en cuenta. Esto está bien usarlo para suscribiros y desuscribiros de eventos nativos o si queréis personalizar este control en concreto, este entry en concreto, no todos los de vuestra aplicación, con algo muy específico. Por ejemplo, en este caso, pues quiero que este entry tenga el color rosa. Y quiero que siempre lo tenga rosa. Me da igual otras cosas. Me da igual el color del texto, me da igual todo. Yo quiero que este sea rosa. Y igual tengo otro aquí abajo, que el color del borde es verde. Pues lo puedo hacer así. Lo podría hacer con un efecto, lo podría hacer añadiendo una propiedad y haciendo un mapper. Lo puedo hacer de muchas maneras. Pero si vamos a usar esto, le veo sentido para este tipo de cosas y para lo de suscribirme y desuscribirme de eventos. Vale. ¿Qué más puedo hacer con los handlers? Pues el caso de que estas dos cosas no me valgan y quiera implementarme yo mi propio handler. Lo puedo hacer. Vale, voy a ejecutarlo. Voy a cerrar todo. Y aquí tengo un ejemplo de un handler. Es un poco tonto, pero lo podría hacer. Yo estoy heredando del entry handler. Realmente heredo también del view handler, pero me aprovecho del entry handler para no tener que hacerme todos los mappers, porque yo solo quiero cambiar el color del borde y lo voy a hacer de esta manera. Así que todos los mappers me valen y todo lo del entry handler me vale. Yo solo quiero cambiar ese color de borde. ¿Cómo lo estoy haciendo? Pues en en el Create Platform View para iOS le estoy poniendo un color azul. Y en el de Android, pues lo mismo. Le estoy poniendo un color azul. Este ejemplo es un poco tonto porque podría llegar a él utilizando los eventos de Handler Change o podría hacerlo a través del mapper. ¿Cuándo tiene sentido hacer esto? Pues cuando tengamos un control más complejo que sí requiera de ciertas cosas de nativo que no podamos hacer a través de un mapper o del ciclo de vida del handler. Un ejemplo que se me viene a la cabeza, pues nosotros hay proyectos que tenemos web views muy complejos, que tenemos que customizar mucho el UI Navigation Delegate, el UI Delegate, meter inyección de JavaScript y cosas así, pues te tienes que venir aquí, porque un mapper lo podrías llegar a hacer, pero igual se te queda la cosa complicada. A ver, si lo hacemos de esta manera, en el caso del entry, pues veis que estamos igual que con el ciclo de vida del handler. Y aquí le estoy poniendo un color, pero ya está, este platform view ya se ha creado y ya no se va a volver a crear cada vez que cambie una propiedad, sino que se va a ejecutar el map. Por lo que tiene sentido si quiero cambiar algo puntual, como puede ser el color de bordo. ¿Vale? Tengo esas tres opciones en los handlers. Si seguimos con la demo, tenemos más cosas, más opciones para tirar código nativo. Los renderers, que puedo usar los antiguos renderers de Xamarin Forms. Pues sí los puedes usar, aunque yo no es que no los recomiende, que recomiendo que si te pasas a Maui, los vayas migrando a handlers. El registro cambia. Bueno, ahora que decimos de registro, una última cosa. El registro del handler, si adivináis dónde se hace en el App Builder también. Hay una parte aquí en la que se configuran los handlers y aquí estoy diciéndolo. Para renderizar el entry, usa este handler. No uses el entry handler que sería el que me da Maui por defecto. Usa el mío, el custom entry handler. Todo tipo de registros, si tenéis dudas, casi seguro que se va a hacer aquí, en el App Builder. Dado este paréntesis, continúo. El registro de los renderers se hace también en el App Builder. Ya no tenemos los decoradores que teníamos encima de un renderer, porque eso hacía que el registro de esos renderers se hiciese por assembly scanning y el rendimiento de usar eso no era muy bueno. Así que se ha cambiado la forma. Podéis usar renderers, pero tenéis que registrarlos en el App Builder. Hay que hacer también que nuestra aplicación sea compatible con estos renderers. Simplemente poner esto, si adivináis dónde, sí, en el App Builder. Y con eso podríamos usar nuestros renderers. Ya os digo que a modo de solución temporal, de que hayáis pasado a Maui, tengáis un renderer muy grande, tengáis que salir ya a producción y no hace tiempo, vale, pero yo os recomiendo que vayáis pasando a handlers y no os conforméis con esta solución de compatibilidad. Y la última forma en la que podemos añadir código de plataforma, o al menos que se me haya ocurrido, son los efectos. Los efectos no son iguales que los de Xamarin Forms, cambia el registro, no se hace con decoradores, se hace también en el App Builder. Podemos hacer modificaciones sencillas del aspecto o funcionalidad de un control. Están soportados en Maui, sin necesidad de usar la instrucción esta de compatibilidad, como en los renderers. No sé si tiene sentido que estén, que no estén. Yo creo que sí, que tienen su hueco. De momento están. Registros se hacen en la Builder, como hemos dicho. Y bueno, si no habéis hecho un efecto en Xamarin, os explico cómo se hace. En la parte cross tenéis que tener una clase que herede de Routine Effects. Si este efecto tiene propiedades, también se pondrían aquí. Y luego la implementación se haría heredando de esta clase, Platform Effects, y una implementación por cada plataforma. Esa implementación va a tener los métodos onAttach y onDetach, que se lanzan pues, cuando el efecto se atacha al control o cuando se detacha. No sé la palabra en castellano cuál sería. El detach está bien para liberar todos los recursos que estemos consumiendo y el attach pues, para engancharnos a ciertos eventos o hacer ciertas funcionalidades que queramos hacer ahí. como digo, pueden recibir parámetros, al igual que podían en Xamarin Forms. En la demo, bueno, tengo un renderer. No voy a entrar en el detalle del renderer porque es monstruoso, pero para que veáis cómo funcionaría, si me vengo aquí a
Jorge.
esta rama, dime.
Aprovecho que estás ahí cambiando la demo, etcétera. Últimos 5 minutos, ¿vale?
Vale, estoy en hora. Gracias. Vale, si me vengo aquí al renderer, voy a limpiar, que antes se me ha quedado esto enganchado. Pues bueno, tengo los renderers por aquí. Tengo uno para Android y otro para ellos. Es un WebView que tiene cierta complejidad y es un buen ejemplo de algo que tengo en Xamarin Forms. Voy a pasar a MAUI y no me veo con fuerza o tiempo para migrarlo a Handlers. Pues yo tendría aquí mi renderer y lo podría usar. Cosa que cambia respecto a Xamarin Forms. Veis que aquí no hay decorador alguno. ¿Cómo hago el registro entonces? Pues así. Dentro del mismo Configuring MAUI Handlers que teníamos antes, pero aquí se añade un renderer, que sería este. ¿Esto por sí solo funcionaría? Pues no. Nos daría un error de que tenemos que ejecutar esto, Use MAUI Compatibility. Con esto ya haríamos que nuestros renderers fuesen compatibles con nuestra aplicación. No sé por qué me ha explotado esto de repente. Vale, efecto demo aquí en el último. Os voy a enseñaros el código de los efectos y os tendréis que creer que eso de los renderers funciona. Bueno, tanto cambio de rama, el CSProj igual se está liando. Vale, los efectos, pues lo que he querido hacer es un efecto que hace lo mismo que he hecho con los mappers, que he hecho con el ciclo de vida de handler, que he hecho sobreescribiendo el handler, un entry con un borde de color. Aquí tendría el código de la parte común, que era de Routine Effects. Veis que a diferencia de Xamarin Forms no tengo decoradores. Y aquí tendría la implementación con el onAttach y el onDetach. ¿Cómo registro esto si no tengo decoradores? Pues adivinad y acertaréis. Se registra por aquí. Con los Configure Effects voy añadiendo efectos. ¿Cómo se usa mi efecto? Exactamente igual que se hacía en Xamarin Forms. En el XAML, aquí tengo un entry y si quiero atachar ese efecto, pues lo hacemos así. Y podría añadir tantos como quiera. O este efecto usarlo en los sitios que necesitase. A ver si funciona el efecto ya por lanzarlo, pero creo que igual el CSProj se ha quedado un poco tontito. Bueno, parece que va a ir. Ahora, si queréis, os lo enseño. Pero el resultado es un entry con el borde, no sé qué color le he puesto al efecto. Pues si tenéis preguntas, es el momento de lanzarlas si da tiempo. Si no, pues me podéis escribir a mi cuenta de Twitter, @Jorge de Crespo. Me podéis escribir por email. Me podéis contactar por mi blog. Y aquí tenéis mi GitHub. Todo este código está en GitHub. Hay una rama por cada demo y podéis jugar con ella y hacer lo que queráis.
Fantástico. Bueno, de hecho sí ha habido varias preguntas, aunque me he adelantado a ti intentando contestar en el chat las que sabía que iban a llevar un poco más de tiempo. Vamos, las preguntas eran relacionadas con cómo extender handlers, si se pueden crear tus propias propiedades extendiendo un handler, si, en el mapper, si puedes añadir propiedades, etcétera, etcétera,
Sí,
etcétera.
en el mapper hemos visto que se pueden añadir propiedades. En la demo he añadido la de Maui Fest, no sé cómo la he llamado, Maui Fest, no sé qué. Y puedes definir qué quieres que se haga contra nativo. Además, no me he querido meter demasiado en crear tu control y añadir propiedades porque no sé qué se va a decir en la charla que viene, que se habla de controles personalizados y no quería pisar demasiado contenido de la charla. Pero sí, tú te puedes hacer tu control, te puedes hacer tu interfaz y puedes hacerte tu handler heredando del view handler y diciéndole, para esta interfaz que me he hecho con estas propiedades, voy a usar este control nativo. Te haces el Create Native View y te haces los mapeos, que eso no lo he hecho yo en este ejemplo. No lo he hecho porque heredaba del entry handler, pero si tú heredas directamente del view handler, te tienes que hacer los mapeos para que cuando cambie una propiedad de tu interfaz, el código sepa cómo materializar ese cambio en el control nativo.
Sí, totalmente. Y relacionado con eso, decir que las propiedades siguen siendo bindable properties, es decir, que ahí no ha cambiado gran cosa. Si ya conocías todo ese aspecto relacionado con Xamarin Forms, lo puedes reaprovechar. La otra pregunta, que creo que tú también la has resuelto, es ¿dónde se pueden encontrar los ejemplos del código?
Del código que estoy haciendo yo está todo en mi repositorio, aquí en Jorge Diego Crespo MAUI Fest, y tenéis una rama por cada demo.
Ok, así que el repositorio sería github.com Jorge Diego Crespo /MauiFest y encontráis una rama por cada ejemplo que ha compartido.
Lo pongo ahí.
Estupendo, pues poco más, Jorge. Una charla, como siempre, muy interesante. Mil gracias por participar en el evento.
Gracias a ti por organizarlo.
Nada, que sé que estás de mudanza, así que te sea leve y espero que nos veamos pronto. Un abrazote.
Esperemos que así sea. Un abrazo. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Okay, so let's continue with the event. As always, we will have now 5 minutes, a small break to change between this session and the next one. And the next session will be with Pedro Jesus talking about the different ways that you can use to customize your controls in .NET MAUI. So see you in 5 minutes. We are back, and as I said before, I'm with me. We have my friend from Brazil, Pedro Jesus. He's Microsoft MVP, collaborating some interesting and important open source projects, and also it's part of it's member of the core team of the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit. Hello, Pedro Jesus. How are you?
Hello, Javier. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. How about you?
Oh, I'm fine. Having time with friends and sharing some time with the community. It's always fine. So thanks for joining.
Oh, thanks for having
So
me.
you're going to talk us about the different ways to customize controls in .NET MAUI, right?
Yep, that's correct.
That's awesome. So I'm going to leave you all the time as possible because it's only 40 minutes, and I know that in some cases it's complex to fit everything in short time. So I'm going to share your screen. If you are ready.
Just a second. And yeah, I'm ready right now.
Okay, here we are. So let's.
Okay. So hello, everyone. Hoping everyone is having a great time here. And now I will talk with you about how different ways to customize your controls on the .NET MAUI. So let's move back a little bit on the Xamarin era, where you have a couple ways of customize your controls. And like when you need to access the platform specific code, you have two specific ways to customize your controls in the Xamarin Forms framework. It is a custom handler or a effect. And that is because the Xamarin Forms was not built on top of the multi-target architecture. And actually at that time, we don't have the multi-target architecture. Now the .NET MAUI is built on top of that, and you can take advantage of that. So we have various ways to access the platform-specific code and APIs to customize our controls. And here I will show you a couple of ways of how you can do that, and also some dragons in the path that you may find. So the first way that I want to show you how to customize your controls is creating a custom control, because this one is like a very familiar way of doing that. So the simple here is to create an image control or a feature that allow us to tint an image icon. So you can have an icon there with any color, and you can change the color of that icon. It's not the background color, it's the color of the icon. So here I have my bindable property, so nothing new here, and I have my own property changed delegate that will be triggered when I change the property value here. And just a reminder that on the Xamarin Form side, the color is a struct, and so it cannot be null, but on the .NET MAUI world, the color is a class, so this can be null. So we will take advantage of that here to make use the null value as a value that you can use to trigger our feature. So I already started the code here, and we have this control one that I am casting to the image tint color, and I am grabbing the tint color property value. So this is like the Xamarin Forms era code. And now let's do the .NET MAUI code. So the first thing that I will do is to check if my tint color is not null. If it is not null, I will do something. If it is not null, I will do another thing. So the last talker, I believe it was Jorge, they showed us how we can take advantage of the platform-specific code. And that was great because I don't need to explain here, but unless you have doubts. So I am have my eyes here on the chat, so feel free to ask questions, okay? So here I needed to access the platforms layer, and in this case I will do for both Android and iOS, but I will just run on Android environment. So let's do the if statement here, iOS, and oops. That's the end if here. So if I am on Android and select here Android, I will call my image extension method, and I will call the apply color here. And the apply color asks me to add the image view, the Android widget image view, and the color property. Not sure if the zoom is being streamed, but yeah, I'm using the zoom it here to make it easier to read. So we can have access to the platform view directly on our shared layer. So I just need to do control.handler.platform view, and here I will pass the tint color. And this is complaining to me because, as you can see here, at this point, the platform view is an object. So I needed to cast it to the Android type here. So let's do that. And Android.widget.image view. And oh, I missed one parenthesis here. And if it is iOS, let's switch here to iOS by another target framework. I will have the same image extension here with the same signature. And now it's asking to me the UI image view. This is the iOS platform specific view for image control. So we will do basically the same thing as we did before. So handler.platform view and tint color. And here I will also need to cast it because it is an object. And now the compiler is happy. I will copy and paste this code here because when the value is null, I want to clear the color. So I will clear the tint color, and this method just asks me the platform specific view. And let's move this to the Android one and call the clear color and delete the tint color, and we should be good to go. So pretty easy. Directly on the shared layer, I can access the platform-specific code, so I don't need to create a custom handler or anything more like that. And let's build this and run. And while it is loading, let's see how the page looks like. So the XAML looks like the any Xamarin Forms control, right? I have my page here, and I am using my image tint color control, and my tint color is orange. So let's run this, and well, nothing happens. It's not orange. So something went wrong. Let's see what went wrong. Let's see if I can catch any exception here. And let's play this again, and whoopsie, there is a null reference exception right here. Let's inspect this. So, my handler is null. So this is the first dragon that you may find in your path, okay? Let's fix this, and during the build time, I will explain why this happens. So the handler is null, so I need to check on my control if the handler is null and do something about it. So we have on the control layer an event called the handler changed that was showed by our last presenter. I believe it's George. If it's not George, please someone correct me. It will be a shame on me if I spell his name wrong. So I will subscribe to this event here, and I will just say, okay, when the handler changed at the first time, when that happens, because the handler is not null anymore. So I will call my onTint color changed again, passing the same parameter values here to be executed again. And here I will do return. So be aware that I'm not caring about unsubscribe the event. This is not a good practice because this could lead in memory leaks. We will see this dragon again, and I will show you a better way of handle this case here, okay? So during this build, let me explain why this happens. The Xamarin Forms, on the Xamarin Forms era, we have the shared layer and the handler, the platform-specific layer separately because we don't have the multi-target approach. And the life cycle of the controls during the instantiation is, first we create the control, like an entry, then we load all the bindable properties of that control, in this case, the entry, then you create and instantiate the entry handler and instantiate the control property that is the platform-specific view for that specific control, in that case, the entry. And this may sound like a bug on .NET MAUI, but it is a feature. And the team choose to keep this behavior on the .NET MAUI side to avoid breaking changes when people are moving their applications from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI. So, if you are using the compatibility layer, or if you are just moving your application from Forms to MAUI, you will have the same lifecycle behavior. Okay, so let's run this again. And as you can see now, we have an orange icon here. Sweet, right? And so this is not a bug, this is a feature, and I'm not sure if you understand very well the explanation. If not, please put that on the chat, and I will come this later because we will see this dragon again. Okay, so just remember to if you are using a custom control and a bindable property, just to check if the handler is null. Great, we have short time, so let's move to let's commit this one, finish it, and later I will share the link to the repo. So the next one will be using the mapper. So the mapper is a new structure created with handlers where we don't need to use a property change delegate, but you can use a mapper instead. And we will do this right now. So I have here a static class that is a tint color mapper, and I have bindable properties here, but right now my bindable property is an attached bindable property. So I needed to create those two methods here, the get and the setter, for that bindable property, and my default value here will be null. And excuse me, during here I need to apply a mapper, so I needed to add a mapper. So one of the methods is to add that where I can create a new mapper and with a new property, and add that new property to that mapper. Not only the property, like the key, but also an action that represents that key. So using this add here, I will create this tint color property here, and I have this action where I accept a handler and a view. And I just have this new check here to show you that you don't need to do this, because when this mapper executes, the handler and the platform view will not be null. But just put here because you don't need to trust me right now. So yeah, I should copy that code to win time. Oh. So we will do the same thing that we did before for our on our bindable properties on the crystal control. So if now I need to get the tint color here, all right? So tint color, and I say get tint color, I will pass my view. But here, as you can see, is complaining because my view here is the interface, so it's like the abstract part, so I need to cast it to my concrete type. In this case, it's the image control. And once I have the tint color, I can check if it is not null, and otherwise I will do another thing. So the logic here will be the same. I will call my image extension and apply the color, and I just need to pass the handler dot the platform view here. And the good thing here is the platform view is not an object. It's actually my image view type. So this is a good way. It's a good way to do this, because you don't need to care about casting those values. And for iOS, I can do the same. So as you can see here, I don't need this if-else statement, because the color will be the same, and when I change the context, like that will work as expected. But I will leave this way just, for didactic reasons. But probably you don't need that. Okay. And as I mentioned, it will be the same. You don't need this F here. And let's switch back here to the Android part, and let's build this and see how the page is constructed. So now, instead of using a custom control, I am using the image control itself, and here I am using the attached property to select what should be the color of my icon there. So pretty straightforward as well. And let's give some time to my computer to build this. Okay, I always have this exception. Don't care about that. We should open a bug on the .NET MAUI repo. today. See what's going on there. So now I have my mapper as well. So let's move to this class. We should not touch this return button here because this is never null. And woohoo, this is great, right? I have my orange color here. As you can see, I am amazing designer, so I choose very well the colors, right? So yeah, sorry for that. And okay, let's talk about this little bit. One thing that I missed is that we need to apply, we need to call this method at some point on our application. Otherwise, this is not work because we need to register. So I choose to apply that mapper, to add that mapper when I navigate to the page that we will use this feature. But you can do this in any place on your application. But this has a little downside because as you can see, we are using the image handler. So any image on our application or any control will call this method. And, you know, if you have one method, it's fine, you know, but if you have a lot of custom mappers there, that could lead in some performance in hits because this code will be executed for every control that uses the image handler. So let me prove that for you. So I will not use my orange here. Let me pick that name. Let's change this to another color like red. And let's wrap this puppy here to on a scroll view because I don't know how large that will be. And you will see that we will hit, let's put the breakpoint a little down. You will hit this twice because we have two image controls. So the first one, and let's move here. So here my tint color is not null, is the orange one. And let's hit again. And now my tint color is null. So this will run for every control that uses the handler. Oh, I will expand there, but yeah, some bug on the subsystem front, right? So be aware of that, right? But don't need to panic right now if you have doubts. This is somehow influencing your performance. Measure first and see if you need to do some change. But be aware of that, right? And okay. We have past 60 minutes. Let's look at the chat. Okay, no issues. So the next one is the behavior. All right. So we can also customize controls using behavior. On the Xamarin Forms era, we used behavior when we want to customize a control or add some feature to that control without accessing the platform-specific APIs. And the similar API that you can use to the behavior when you need to access the platform-specific API is the effect API. So right now on this on the .NET MAUI area where we use the multi-target approach, we don't need the effects anymore, and it's because of that we on the community toolkit we choose to drop some APIs, all right? So we drop all the effects APIs in order to use behaviors. And this is because the .NET MAUI team is also see that, and here have some references about some discussions on the .NET MAUI side saying that, okay, we don't need the effects anymore, maybe it's good to deprecate it. But as Jorge showed on the talk before, you still can use the effects, that is still work, but probably we will not have any improvements on that API side. So the good approach is to move away from effects, all right? So one way to do that is using behavior. So here I'm using the behavior of the image, and I am using a bindable property that you already know. And I have here some initialized flags to make sure that I will run the base method just once, not twice. And on attached to and on the attached from, I am clean and or applying the tint color. Also, my platform view here is an object. So like when you did with the custom control, we needed to cast it to use a specific control on the platform side. And let's run this guy here and see what it does. Any questions? I think I am fast and furious here because I still have more or less 20 minutes and I almost at the end. So I hope that everyone have questions and doubts that we can use this time to discuss.
Not so far. So you are explaining it well, quickly, but well, because we don't have questions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm doing very well. I'm doing terrible. But,
No, it's not that.
okay, so now let's see using behaviors and well, the app crashed. So let's run again and be already. Oh, I attached this window here. Ah, okay. So every time that your application crashes, go to the configuration exceptions. This is Portuguese, sorry for that, and check the second check mark here. So when the exception happens, an unhandled exception, the Visual Studio will put a breakpoint exactly when the exception throws. So yeah, we have this dragon here again, a new reference exception. Again, the behaviors on the life cycle of the control in the Xamarin Forms era is created together with that life cycle that I mentioned. So we have the shared control created, the bindable properties are initialized, and also the behaviors are initialized. And after that, the handler and the platform and all the platform specific shenanigans is initialized. So I mentioned that we will see this dragon again. And yes, we need to check for null here, attach the handler changed event, and call the unattached method again to run our code. So here I am handling this better than I did on the delegate property change delegate side. So now I have a local function here where I can unsubscribe my event to avoid any kind of memory leaks. And here I am set the is initialized to true because when I run this guy again, I don't want to run the unattached base method again. So with that, we should be good to go. And okay, this one is false positive one using behavior and ta-da. Yeah, now I choose a better background, right? This black one. So yeah, my tint color is orange, and the code for this you will see is nothing changed from the for the Xamarin Forms side. So I just attached behavior here, put the behavior and select the tint color. And as I mentioned before, and I said, okay, Pedro, you said us to move away from effect and use another thing, but behavior is not that good. The image tint color control also needed to check for null here, if you remember well. And the mapper sometimes is not good because this will be called by any control that uses that image handler. Example, so if I add this to the view handler, for example, any control that inherits from the view, that's I believe all the controls, will call this delegate here. So yeah, we have some downsides here. So what we can do, well, because of that, I came a proposal on the .NET MAUI with the new API to use behaviors to change the behaviors. And I tried to just use the actual behavior that we have right now. So this implementation here, but the team said, yeah, that will be a break change because we'll change how the behaviors are initialized, in terms of the life cycle, and that could lead some problems on our customers. So yeah, we not do that. So I bring this implementation here that I almost I almost copy and paste from the handler implementation that is called the platform behavior, and where you use the same behavior API on your Xamarin or your C# while you are during the UI development phase, but this will guarantee that you are safe to access the platform specific code. So this is the API design, some discussions going on. It's already implemented. I implemented this, and let's do this here. So let's create something here. Oh yeah, I forgot to show another dragon. That is something that I just discovered because I designed this API here. So that API. So when we have a behavior, we will run the unattached too, but when we leave the page, as you can see, the deattached from is not called automatically. You need to call that by yourself. And yeah, I never saw that because shame on me, I don't read documentation. So, and so I on my head, this should be called, and I never ever clean my behaviors. So yeah, if you also don't do that and you have some event handler subscription on attached to be aware that you could lead in some breaking, some memory leaks. All right. So let's transform this guy here in our platform behavior. That is the new API that is added on the .NET MAUI. So first of all, I will create another class here because I don't like too much if-else statements. And let me fix the namespace here. This also will be public partial, and I will inherit it from platform behavior. And platform behavior has two overloads here. I can just pass my shared view, like image, as we do with behaviors, and also I can pass the platform view here if I know which one will be, or if will be just one platform view, all right? So in this case of the Android will be the image view control. So let me bring the use statement here. And as you can see here, I just have Android here, and this is, I can use these rules because I added those here on my CS project. If you want to use this pattern, remember to add those rules on your CS project as well. So, okay, now I have my platform behavior, and I have just to override on the attached to. And I don't need to call the base because I don't need anything in there, okay? So you can delete this line on base. So I will be the image extension dot apply colors, and I need to pass my platform view and my tint color. Reminder, the tint color, if I press F12, is on this class here, this shared class here. And I don't need this initialize as well. So, and for my on the attached, so to override on the attached from, I can also delete this line here because I'm doing nothing there. I will call the clear one and pass the platform view. So one line of code, and I am good to go. Let's make sure that I'm copying the right thing here. Create now for the iOS side. So, okay, iOS, and this should work for iOS and Mac Catalyst. Great. And I will do public partial here. Thank you, Visual Studio. And here I need to inherit from the platform behavior, image and UI, image view, I believe. Yes. And looks how beautiful is this. It's just copy and paste, and I am good to go. Oh, almost good to go. I need to fix the override here. Just out of curiosity, if I don't specify the type, the unattached method will be a UI view. It will be the most basic view for that platform specific. So, for example, on iOS side, the tint color you can use on the buttons, image buttons, and the image control. So we can take advantage of this view, and you do the just the normal one, and then check which type UI view you are working on. So let's try to build this, and let's see what's happened. It worked, and as just a reminder, I did not change my XAML, so I am still using the behaviors one. Let's put a breakpoint here to make sure that I am calling the correct thing, and boom, image, apply color, and that worked. So I don't need to care about the handlers. No, I have a strongly typed namings and types there, so it's safer. I receiving the shared control and the platform specific control on my method, so they are in the valid state, so it's way safer. So this is the way to go. And let's just move this guy a little bit here, and let's put the Windows one here, just because I want to show something to you. This is still builds, but maybe yesterday's was not building. I don't know why. Visual Studio now is happy. But if you have like some platform code that you don't want to customize, what you can do here, and to avoid any kind of debug issues if you have, is saying, okay, if this is Windows, I want to inherit from the platform behavior, and I will pass just the shared control, and I will do nothing. So this guy here will be happy and probably still compiles, right? Yep, this is still compiles. And you remember that on the normal behaviors from the Xamarin Forms era, when you leave the page, the onTheAttached method is not called. With the platform behavior, we called the onTheAttached method automatically. So I believe this is a great approach because the dev don't need to care about this. So when the page is popped, we assume that we want to don't attach that behavior anymore, and we'll clean this like we did with effects. And effects you need also to register them here on the builder side. With the platform behaviors, you don't need to care about that. It's just plug and play, go and be happy with that. So I hope that you all use this platform behavior. You also can use the platform behavior instead of the behavior if you want just to customize the shared control and make sure that the onTheAttached method will be called. And you don't need to care about this feature on the tinting color to implement yourself, because this will be on the version 1.1 of the community toolkit. Okay, so yeah, I believe this is pretty much it, the way that I know how to customize controls on the .NET MAUI. Let me know if you guys on the chat have any questions, if you want to comment something. Let's use those minutes for that. 10 minutes for that. Wow, I was fast and furious.
Yeah, so let's do a little bit of time while we wait some feedback or any question in the chat. I'm pending, but we don't have so far any question from YouTube, or even social network, Twitter, etc. So let's do a little bit of time waiting if we receive anything. So let's wait 1 minute, a couple of minutes, and if we don't have any questions, that means that you did a great job explaining the different ways, and we can cut the session a little bit earlier and wait between that to the next speaker. So let's see. Well, the first feedback that we receive is people thanking you about the session. So
Great.
that means that they like it. So that's great.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, also, Javier, if you want to take this time to talk about the cool stuffs that you are doing, like the Aloha Kit and the others, feel free to use this time, because I'm not sure if everyone is aware about it.
Well, the first question, while now I can talk about that while we are doing a little bit of time for more questions. But the first one, it's if you have something with the repository from this sample.
Oh, yeah, I have. It's not public yet. So I will commit everything, and I will share the link here for you.
Are you going to commit just now?
Yeah,
that's amazing.
In live.
Well, we're waiting to the commit to get the repository, but probably will be in the Pedro Jesus GitHub profile. So if you search in the profile with the latest project, probably you will find it quickly. So I'm waiting a picker control in Aloha Kit. Oh yeah, I know. I received your feedback from, I think, if I remember well, a YouTube channel, in the YouTube channel, a comment in a video. I know many people is asking about, some controls with pop-ups and some modal elements. So yeah, Aloha Kit is just a library for everybody that don't knows about it. It's a library used using drone controls. So in .NET MAUI, we introduced a new control called graphics view, and that control exposes with an abstraction every native API in every platform to draw stuff, from basic shapes to more complex things like manage shadows or manipulate image. And we are exposing all that API, that is MAUI graphics, in a new view called graphics view that allow you to draw anything in that view and also expose different required elements like manage the events, like the live cycle or the touch events, etc. So AlohaKit is a library using that new graphics view, control and drawing all the stuff instead of using native controls like we have seen in this session. So I think that I have done a little bit of more time. So many feedback, but all the feedback is used positive feedback about great work from Sean Lawrence. We have thanks from different people, and I see that you are already answering at the same time that we are in the streaming to the people in the chat. That's amazing. So you are publishing the repository and you are answering all the chat at the same time. That's amazing. So yeah, the repo is public. You have hit in, I cannot see it correctly, MFCC is the name of the repository. So check it. It's available, it's ready with all the demos, all the samples. And if nobody have more questions, well, there are another question, but it's about drone control. So I don't know if take that time to answer in the chat later because it's not related with the session. But the question is if will be drone support for material design 3 in drone control. So there are two different repositories with drone controls actually related with .NET MAUI. One of them is graphics control. It's a .NET experiment where we are trying to validate if having drone controls in .NET MAUI have sent is something that the community, the developers want or expect. And in that repository, we implemented the Xamarin Forms visual controls with Cupertino, Material, and Fluent Design. In that library, it's really possible to have Material Design 3 support. While AlohaKit is used a personal library where the last control is used a P chart. And the next one will be a line chart. Are not the controls that you can already find in .NET MAUI, but drawing it are used new controls and exploring new possibilities. So probably in that library, you are not going to see something related with material design. Maybe you can see some specific control like, I don't know, we can put some examples, but no, the chip control, for example, is a easy one that maybe you can see in that library. But I'm not going to expose and replicate all the material design 3 library in the library. That will happen in graphic control, and more if it's approved and it's moving forward. So I have done more time. So no more questions. So that means, again, you did a great job. So thanks so much for joining the streaming. Thanks so much for your time and be part of the MN. I'm mostly covering a topic that you know very well because you work a lot in the community toolkit, and also many people it's now probably fighting and learning about how to do that, porting code from Xamarin Forms to .NET MAUI. So thanks so much and see you soon.
Yeah. See you soon. Thank you for having me and have a great event. See you, people.
Have a good rest of the day. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are going to continue with the next session. The next session again will be the second session that we have this time in Spanish with Cesar Jesus Angulo, talking about how to integrate Azure B2C in a MAUI application. That will be in 5 minutes. Now let's have a small break. See you soon. Back again. Let's continue with the event. A quick reminder, now we are going to continue with the second Spanish session in the event. So let me change to use Spanish and say, hola, hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, Jesús?
Hola Javier, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Yo muy bien.
Todo bien, muy bien, gracias por participar en el evento.
No, gracias a ti por organizarlo. Encantado.
Nada, un placer. Nos vas a hablar sobre cómo integrar B2C en aplicaciones .NET MAUI, ¿verdad?
Exactamente. Vamos
Eso
a
es.
hablar sobre todo del servicio Azure AD B2C y alguna particularidad que tenemos con MAUI. Exactamente.
Fantástico. Pues no te quiero quitar mucho tiempo, que sé que no es excesivo, así que te dejo tus 40 minutos. Solo recordarte que te haré un pequeño recordatorio cuando falten 5 y compartimos tu pantalla y te dejo ya que vayas a por ello.
Dale, muchas gracias. Muy bien, un saludo a todos los que nos están viendo. Mi nombre es Jesús Angulo, soy Microsoft MVP. Actualmente trabajo como Account Architect en MAUI Fest y he sido también Microsoft Certified Trainer. Tengo un blog que es somostx.com, que es muy importante que lo recuerden porque ahí van a estar repos, slides, links y demás. Igual vamos a dejar un link específico a las slides al final, así que no tienen que preocuparse en tomar notas o en dónde está el repo. Al final le vamos a poner un link acortado donde va a estar todo. ¿Ok? Pero aquí hay algunos datos de contacto por si luego de la charla, si no tienen tiempo ahora de hacer sus preguntas, pueden enviármelas, ya sea a Twitter, al correo, o suscribirse a mi canal de YouTube también. Muy bien. La agenda de hoy tiene muchos temas a tocar, así que vamos a tratar de llevarlos rápida, pero con la suficiente profundidad que requiere cada uno de esos tópicos. Vamos a hablar sobre el servicio de Azure, Azure AD B2C, y para eso vamos a tener que explorar tanto los problemas de seguridad, inicio de sesión, así como .NET MAUI, que de hecho ya deben haberlo visto en las excelentes sesiones que han estado antes de la mía, de hecho con mi tocayo antes que yo. Y vamos a ver una demo en cómo vamos a conectar Azure AD B2C usando .NET MAUI y finalizar con algunas conclusiones, siguientes pasos o escenarios avanzados que podemos nosotros encontrar con Azure AD B2C. Entonces, sin más, empecemos directamente. Para entender el Azure AD B2C y el por qué es conveniente utilizarlo y demás, necesitamos empezar hablando de autenticación, autorización e inicio de sesión. De hecho, si quieren, pueden dejar en los comentarios ahí en el chat si saben cuál es la diferencia entre autenticación y autorización, porque es un concepto importante que vamos a nosotros explorar aquí y vamos a asociarlos también a los estándares detrás que vamos a utilizar. Así que pueden darle ahí, interactuar con sus peers en el chat. Y sin más, vamos a empezar revisando algunas ideas de autenticación que hemos visto a lo largo del tiempo. Primero, vamos a empezar con la más simple, que es la que conocemos como autenticación de formularios o Forms Authentication. En este caso, es probablemente la forma de autenticación y manejo de usuarios que se nos viene a la mente si alguien nos pide, por ejemplo, oye, necesito que en mi aplicación puedan iniciar sesión, solo ciertos usuarios van a usarla. Ah, ok, entonces creo mi formulario que recibo usuario y password o correo y password, guardo esos datos en la base de datos y cuando necesito que un usuario inicie sesión, pues lo consulto, en mi servicio verifico los datos de autorización y probablemente si fuese una aplicación web, la forma más sencilla de mantener la sesión sería utilizando una cookie. Una cookie que guarde la referencia de esa sesión y nos da, digamos, detalles de quién es el usuario que se ha autenticado y quién está realizando las acciones. Es la forma más simple. Las desventajas de este enfoque están sobre todo en el tema de la seguridad y el mantenimiento. Si tú manejas el concepto de usuarios y roles tú mismo, debes asegurarte, uno, en primer lugar, de que todos los endpoints y la aplicación encargada de mantener los usuarios sigue funcionando. Las features de seguridad que corresponden también o están enlazadas con el concepto de mantenimiento dependen de ti. Si los usuarios te piden o los requerimientos del sistema se tornan en la implementación de factor de doble autenticación o doble factor de autenticación, two-factor authentication, pues tienes que hacerlo tú.
si las prácticas de seguridad que has implementado se desfasan en el tiempo y ya no son lo más recomendable o son inseguras, pues eso depende también de ti. Entonces hay un montón de desventajas que recaen sobre nosotros si lo implementamos de esta manera. De hecho, obviamente tenemos la flexibilidad de hacerlo como nosotros queramos, pero eso trae como consecuencias varias desventajas de seguridad y mantenimiento. Antes del 2010, por ser generosos, los escenarios de autenticación más comunes eran un login simple, como lo conocemos, y el concepto de single sign-on o inicio de sesión único se realizaba generalmente utilizando SAML, que es una tecnología que no vamos a entrar en mucho detalle en esta sesión, porque está fuera del scope, pero es más para uso en enterprise, ¿no? Y que era una manera de poder tener single sign-on en nuestras aplicaciones. Pero de ahí en adelante, estamos en el 2022 ya, las aplicaciones móviles aparecen y aparece otro tipo de autorización, por eso era importante si sabían la diferencia clara entre autenticación y autorización, que aparece en nuestro escenario tecnológico, lo que llamamos Delegated Authorization, o no, una autorización delegada. Y cómo podemos aplicar, ¿no?, login, inicio de sesión, autorización, autenticación a nuestras aplicaciones móviles. Nos aparecen estos retos. Aquí, por ejemplo, tengo esta imagen, encontré por ahí, que me parece súper graciosa e importante recalcar. Por ejemplo, este Budget Planner es una aplicación web que te permite, ¿no?, manejar tus presupuestos. Te pide que por favor le des tu usuario y password de tu banca por internet, ¿no?, para poder tener la información. Obviamente, pinky promise de que ellos solamente van a usar lo necesario y que van a mantener tu password completamente seguro, ¿no? Entonces, esto, aunque parezca súper gracioso en esa viñeta, que siempre me da algo de risa, esto era una forma en la que se trabajaban aplicaciones e intercomunicación con otros servicios antes de que aparecieran ciertos estándares. Por ejemplo, esta es otra imagen también que me recuerda lo mismo. Por ejemplo, si quisieras importar, por ejemplo, los usuarios de Gmail o compartir algo con los usuarios de tu correo, esta era una forma que era considerada en cierta manera normal. Tenías que ingresar en esa aplicación de terceros tus credenciales de ese servicio, en este caso, ¿no?, tu correo y demás, que es algo que no hacemos más y que no está, ¿no?, permitido de esa manera, pero que antes era algo normal. Entonces, es como, ¿qué cambió? ¿Cómo es que funciona o cuál es la recomendación actual? Ahí es donde aparecen esos conceptos de autorización delegada, por ejemplo. Cuando aparecen los specs de OAuth y OpenID Connect, también conocido por sus siglas OIDC, que se vuelven estándares de industria para poder manejar escenarios de seguridad, autenticación, autorización delegada. OAuth, por ejemplo, aquí es algo que probablemente les sea muy útil aprender y recordar para el futuro. OAuth habla sobre flujos de autorización, sobre todo autorización delegada, y OpenID Connect ve más los temas de autenticación. ¿Ok? Entonces, autenticación, autorización. Y juntos forman los estándares que se utilizan para el manejo de usuarios, inicio de sesión, autenticación delegada y demás. Para entender los flujos de autenticación en ese sentido y autorización utilizando OAuth y OpenID, necesitamos entender ciertos términos que nosotros vamos a ir explicando en más detalle con un ejemplo, pero que son Resource Owner, por ejemplo, Client, Authorization Server, Resource Server, Authorization Grant, Redirect Duty, ID Token y Access Token, que son términos que vas a encontrar cuando empieces a leer sobre OAuth, OpenID y demás. Vamos a hacerlo súper simple. Primero una revisión de qué es lo que significarían estos. Por ejemplo, el Resource Owner viene a ser el dueño del recurso, en este caso, el usuario. También se le conoce como Resource Owner, o también puede ser el servicio que es dueño del recurso. Client viene a ser la aplicación cliente que quiere acceder a esos recursos. El servidor de autorización, el que te autentica, que puede ser el mismo que el Resource Owner, o puede ser un servidor diferente en quienes el cliente y el Resource Owner confían, ¿no? Hay una mutual trust. Luego el resource server es finalmente el servidor que puede servirnos el recurso, por ejemplo, una API. Authorization Grant es el tipo de autorización que se está realizando. Vamos a ver que en OAuth tenemos varios modelos de autorizaciones. La Redirect Duty también se conoce como callback, que vamos a ver cómo es que esa se utiliza en el flujo de autorización, y los tokens. En OAuth y sumado con OpenID Connect, específicamente con OpenID Connect, utilizamos tokens para poder, digamos, autenticar a un usuario o una aplicación cliente con un resource server que es creado por nuestro authorization server. Y tenemos dos tipos de tokens, ID token y access token. Un ID token generalmente se sirve para identificar, como su nombre lo dice, a una sesión, un usuario en particular, y un access token nos provee acceso, como su nombre lo dice, en nombre de ese usuario. Entonces eso hay que tener claro, se pueden utilizar ambos. A veces solamente necesitamos un ID token porque necesitamos identificar, saber quién es, pero no necesitamos hacer nada on behalf of the user, ¿no? En nombre de su usuario. Y a veces sí, necesitamos acceder a recursos en nombre de su usuario, entonces usamos access token. Ok, pero todos estos nombres son complicados, difíciles de entender, no me queda del todo claro cuál es cuál y en qué parte del proceso van. Veamos un flujo de autorización delegada clásica de OAuth que nos permite entender más o menos dónde encajan estos elementos. Por ejemplo, supongamos que desde LinkedIn, ¿no? LinkedIn, yo quiero poder conectar mis contactos que están en mi correo. Supongamos Google, Outlook, no sé, cualquier correo. Entonces, tú como dueño de ese recurso que representan tus contactos en tu servidor de correo, confías en tu servidor de correo obviamente y casi que confías también en LinkedIn y quieres que LinkedIn pueda tener acceso, digamos. ¿Cómo se haría entonces siguiendo el flujo de autorización delegada con OAuth? Pasaría de la siguiente manera. Desde LinkedIn, tú le darías clic a ese botón. Probablemente lo que sucede es que te lleva a Google. Si estás logueado, vas a pasar directo aquí, pero si no estás logueado, te va a pedir tus credenciales, pero ahí estás no en LinkedIn, sino estás en tu servidor de correos, en tu proveedor de correo, y cuando te logueas, te va a pedir confirmación del acceso que estás a punto de delegar, que en este caso puede ser tu perfil público y tus contactos. Si le das sí, y no te arrepientes porque lo puedes dar no y cancelar el flujo, si le das sí, esto va a llamar de regreso a la aplicación, a ese redirect duty o callback que dijimos, y luego va a poder LinkedIn en nombre tuyo acceder a tus contactos. Entonces, esa es la manera más limpia, ¿no?, en la que esa autorización delegada sucede actualmente y como debería implementarse. Ahora, para identificar las partes es un ejemplo muy bueno que nos va a permitir identificar esos términos que habíamos mencionado. Entonces, aquí los tenemos. El resource owner, ¿no?, el usuario, el cliente, la aplicación de LinkedIn, por ejemplo, va hacia nuestro authorization server, que vendría a ser accounts.google.com, que es, ¿no?, el authorization server para todos los servicios de Google, en este caso Gmail incluido, y le va a enviar qué tipo de respuesta quiere. Esto ya es un poco más bajo nivel del flujo de OAuth, qué tipo de response type quiere, para hacer, por ejemplo, en este caso, un flujo de authorization code. En este caso le dice response type code. Y el redirect le pasa a un redirect válido que esté registrado, obviamente con el authorization server, en este caso LinkedIn/callback, que es un mero ejemplo. Tú apruebas, va de regreso hacia LinkedIn con ese authorization code, porque tú le has dicho que sí, entonces nuestro authorization server, Google, va a generar ese authorization code, va a llegar así a este callback que está en LinkedIn, y LinkedIn se va a encargar de canjear, hacer un exchange de ese authorization code por un access token. Eso lo hace directamente, ¿no?, con el authorization server, y con ese access token, como lo habíamos mencionado antes, puedes hablar con el resource server, en este caso contacts.google.com, y acceder en nombre del usuario a sus contactos. Obviamente aquí podríamos poner una flechita más que contacts.google.com va a validar que ese access token haya sido firmado correctamente por su authorization server, que es accounts.google.com, para poder darte acceso y verificar que los claims del usuario y demás. Pero en esencia, es el flujo básico, ¿no?, de autorización delegada utilizando OAuth. En OAuth tenemos estas definiciones y las maneras en las que podemos nosotros trabajar para poder hacer este flujo, ¿no?, de manera segura, ¿no?, utilizando esos flujos de OAuth. Adicionalmente, podríamos incluir el concepto de scope, que te permite justamente delimitar el acceso a qué partes de los recursos quieres. Recuerden esto porque lo vamos a ver en nuestra demo también, el concepto de scopes, ¿no? En este caso, por ejemplo, va a pedir el scope de profile y contacts para poder acceder justamente solo a aquello que necesite. Y cuando se le pide autorización, obviamente nuestro authorization server también le va a decir al usuario, oye, solamente quiero tener acceso a contactos, por ejemplo, y perfil público. Muy bien. Ahora, eso es la mitad, digamos, de la ecuación. La otra mitad sería el inicio de sesión con OpenID, OpenID Connect, que está construido sobre los flujos de OAuth y que define algunos temas específicos como el uso de JSON Web Tokens, JWTs, ¿no?, para el intercambio de información, para el formato de los tokens. Y también define algunos endpoints para poder facilitar la configuración y comunicación con ese servidor de autenticación y demás. Entonces, ¿cómo lo implementamos nosotros? Hay muchos estándares y demás que trabajar aquí. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Pues el título de la charla lo dice. Nosotros, en lugar de implementarlo uno mismo en .NET, probablemente con alguna buena librería, como, no sé, la Identity Server, podemos utilizar Microsoft Azure Active Directory. En este caso, Azure Active Directory B2C. Pero B2C es solamente un repurpose del mismo Azure Active Directory. Las features que encuentran en Active Directory están casi todas disponibles allá. Ahorita les vamos a ver. ¿Por qué confiar en este servicio? Desde el punto de vista de Trust, tenemos 12 millones de organizaciones, más de 950 millones de usuarios, autenticaciones, 122 billones de autenticaciones, que en español serían miles de millones de autenticaciones, solamente en un mes, etc. Entonces, es un producto que es seguro, es bastante sólido y que tiene un montón de features que tú no tendrías que programar tú mismo y que puedes usar directamente. Acceso condicional, por ejemplo, autenticación de múltiple factor, manejo de identidad privilegiada, reportes de seguridad, revisión de accesos, etc. Hay un montón de features que podemos habilitar y que podemos usar directamente. Específicamente, el servicio de Azure AD B2C nos permite agregar estas características de seguridad que están disponibles en el Active Directory de Azure y que se utilizan para dar seguridad a los servicios de la nube de Azure, para dar integración con el Active Directory on-premise en nuestras aplicaciones y utilizar usuarios locales, así como servicios sociales de terceros, o incluso poder conectarlos a otros Active Directories para poder hacer conexiones, por ejemplo, business to business, ¿no? Pero principalmente business to customers. Ahí es donde entra el Azure Active Directory B2C. Utilizando OAuth, como mencionamos, y OpenID Connect. Específicamente nos vamos a centrar en lo que más nos interesa, las aplicaciones móviles, específicamente con MAUI. Y si podemos, también vamos a ver rapidito cómo es que del lado de las APIs, porque seguramente muchos de ustedes como .NET Developers trabajan muy de cerca en .NET MAUI o en Xamarin Forms anteriormente, y van a querer también saber cómo es que yo puedo poner o integrar Azure B2C para proteger mis APIs. Entonces sí, ya también lo podemos ver. Con B2C hay un ejemplo, de hecho, publicado, que va a estar entre los enlaces que dejamos en las slides, donde se conecta una aplicación web y tiene customers individuales, que es lo que notaríamos principalmente, ¿no? Usuarios que se crean con un correo y una contraseña o pueden estar asociados a Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. Y luego tienen business customers, que son los que forman parte de la D de la empresa, en este caso Woodward Groceries, ¿no? Y tercero, también business partners, que son conectados directamente, ¿no? B2B, business to business, con su propio AD externo. Está construido este servicio pensado en la seguridad y tiene encriptación mientras está en uso, en tránsito y en descanso, así que no nos tenemos que preocupar por eso. Y luego vamos a regresar también al tema de pricing en más detalle, pero ahora vamos a lo que más nos interesa, que es el tema del código, ¿ok? Permítanme deshabilitar acá las notificaciones. Ya, bueno, luego. Y vamos a ver el código directamente. Yo este proyecto lo tengo subido en GitHub, ¿ok? Así que van a poder ver el proyecto final y demás. Como yo sé que a ustedes les encanta todo lo que está en preview, si no, no estarían aquí en esta sesión. Tenemos Visual Studio 2022 Preview, que tiene el tooling para poder trabajar con MAUI, ya que el tooling todavía no forma parte de la versión estable de Visual Studio 2022, está en el preview, pero MAUI sí, en Net 6 está, no hay problema, pero el tooling está acá. Y segundo, hace tiempo que quería usarlo en una app, Prism, para MAUI. Estoy utilizando la versión extremadamente alfa, así que tengan claro eso. Si tenemos algún problema en la navegación y demás, estoy utilizando Prism, pero la versión super alfa para MAUI. ¿Okay? Esta aplicación es casi que un crear nueva aplicación. Lo único que adelanté fue un par de páginas para no tener que perder tiempo con el diseño. Los view models también están vacíos para que los implementemos y también dejé un cascarón de lo que sería el out service utilizando Azure AD B2C. ¿Ok? Lo único que les puede hacer ruido por ahí es lo de Prism, pero estamos bien con eso. Vamos a levantar la aplicación como la tenemos actualmente, sin implementar el login y nada más. Y esta es nuestra aplicación, que es muy parecida a cualquier aplicación, digamos, normal, que cuando entras te pide si quieres iniciar sesión o registrarte, y actualmente no tenemos nada. ¿Ok? Para poder utilizarlo, obviamente, vamos a necesitar crear un Azure Active Directory B2C, un servicio, un tenant. Nosotros ya tenemos uno creado, pero les muestro cómo es que se crea. Es bastante sencillo. Vas a tu suscripción de Azure, buscas B2C y te va a aparecer entre las opciones Azure Active Directory B2C. ¿Ok? Le das crear, creas un nuevo tenant, puedes linkear uno ya existente, le das un nombre, por ejemplo, sample.org001. Es importante recordar el initial domain name, que es el, digamos, el identificador de los tenants dentro del servicio de Azure. Por ejemplo, con Toso 001, vamos a ver si está disponible. Ya lo está usando alguien más. 002. Dale, con Toso TX002. ¿Si alguien lo use? Ok, dale. Entonces, creas tu tenant. Eso va a ser todo un provisionamiento. Vamos a darle crear. Esto es muy importante recordar, el initial domain name, porque lo vamos a necesitar para configurarlo en nuestras aplicaciones. Pero vamos a ver, esta creación del tenant puede llevar un tiempo, entonces vamos a dejarlo ahí en background. Mientras tanto, vamos a regresar al código. Como les dije, tenemos un tenant ya creado y les voy a mostrar cómo se configura y demás. Pero si recuerdan alguno de los conceptos que vimos en las slides sobre el flujo de autorización, necesitamos un redirect duty, necesitamos un client ID, necesitamos los scopes para solicitar acceso y demás. Entonces, todo eso ya es como que lo imaginamos. Aquí tenemos una clase que tiene las constantes que vamos a utilizar. Estas todas para mi aplicación de ejemplo. el client ID, que vamos a ver dónde lo conseguimos, los scopes, por ejemplo, para inicio de sesión y refresh tokens, OpenID, Offline Access. Aquí tengo un scope adicional. Recuerden que, por ejemplo, en la slide decíamos profile y contacts, porque queríamos acceder al recurso específico de contacts. Esto es algo así. Esto es como si fuese un contact, solo que yo lo definí con ese nombre. Data. Les decía que necesitamos tener muy claro el initial domain name, porque eso nos va a dar el tenant name, que se va a utilizar, por ejemplo, para el authority base. Recuerdan que había un authorization server, que es en el que ambos confiamos. El usuario confía para iniciar sesión y la aplicación cliente confía para validar los tokens y recibirlos de ahí. Pues necesitamos armar y necesitamos el tenant name. Entonces, con estos datos, vamos a nosotros hacer y trabajar nuestro out service. Para eso ustedes necesitan una cosa. Primero, el Microsoft Identity Client. Esa es una librería que nosotros vamos a instalar. Yo la tengo instalada en este proyecto. Vamos a verlo en installs. Que nos va a permitir, aquí está, poder trabajar con los flujos de autenticación tanto para el AD como el Azure AD B2C. En nuestro caso, para el Azure AD B2C. Sin tener que nosotros preocuparnos de cómo se arman las requests y el flujo y el return del callback y leer los scopes y validar. Todo eso lo va a hacer la librería por nosotros, pero mal que bien nosotros podríamos hacerlo manualmente, pero esto nos alivia ese dolor de cabeza. Y luego la librería system.identitymodel.tokens.jwt para poder leer el token y que nuestra aplicación móvil de MAUI pueda entenderla, digamos. ¿Ok? Entonces vamos a implementar esto rápidamente. Hacemos nuestro out service, que está definido arriba. E implementamos la interfaz. Con Azure AD B2C, ¿qué cosas cambian específicamente para una aplicación móvil? Dos cosas. Recuerden que parte del flujo de autorización siempre involucra un callback. Es decir, que nuestro authorization server, que vendría a ser nuestro tenant, que parece que ya se creó, que me parece que sí se creó, que nuestro tenant es nuestro authorization server. Nosotros necesitamos confiar, pero ese authorization server es el que va a llamar de regreso a nuestra app. ¿Cómo eso aplica, cómo eso funciona para una aplicación móvil? Pues bien, lo que tú necesitas hacer, de hecho voy a dejarles un enlace con el instructivo paso a paso de los pasos en Xamarin Forms y debería aplicar más o menos a lo que sería MAUI. Ustedes lo van a ver aquí, cualquier diferencia, así que eso pueden como que tenerlo en mente, pero los pasos como que más detalle de dónde sacar cada valor del portal son los mismos y le voy a dejar una guía, así que no se preocupen por eso. Pero les decía, el authorization server debe regresar, ¿no? con esos datos de vuelta. ¿Dónde ponemos esa URL si somos una aplicación móvil? Pues tenemos un esquema de URLs que debemos configurar por cada plataforma. Por ejemplo, en el caso de Android, ustedes van al Android Manifest y deben agregar, ¿no?, cierta información aquí que nos va a decir, por ejemplo, esto sobre todo. El esquema de la URL y el host. Esto es como decir, es una URL estilo MSAL, bla, 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 out. Esa es la URL de retorno que va a llamar nuestro authorization server, que se traduce en que va a llamar a nuestra aplicación. Eso en Android, ¿no? Se hace con este esquema y este instructivo de qué es lo que tenemos que copiar para utilizar este activity de Custom Browser Tab forma parte de, pero esta es en esencia la configuración. Este, digamos, código es el Client ID que vamos a ver nosotros en el portal de Azure, pero ahí es donde se une, digamos, el redirect del Authorization Server con nuestra app móvil. Entonces, esta es la parte, digamos, súper importante, más específica de la plataforma. Tienes que agregar este código en el onActivityResult para que se unan ambas partes, la librería de autenticación de Microsoft, la Microsoft Identity Client, con ese redirect que nos dio el Authorization Server. Es aquí, en esencia. Para el lado de iOS tenemos algo muy parecido. Si abrimos, por ejemplo, nuestro generic playlist. Tenemos aquí el bundle name y el URL scheme, donde tenemos igual qué URL va a usar el Authorization Server, que va a llamar para que llame a nuestra aplicación de iOS. Es exactamente lo mismo, pero obviamente tienes que hacer esta configuración al estilo de iOS para tenerlo en iOS y en Android igual. Y luego, nuestro OpenURL, aquí pueden ustedes agregar un filtro, por ejemplo, para que no cualquier URL o esquema llame a nuestro Open, y en nuestro caso está mal que bien vacío. Entonces, esos son los dos puntos de integración principales, ¿ok? Que vienen de parte del redirect. Y una vez que tenemos eso configurado, podemos implementar el código aquí, que es bastante simple. Por ejemplo, vamos a agregar un constructor. Voy a copiarles para evitar que tengan que perder el tiempo viéndome escribir el código, pero les voy explicando de qué se trata. Lo que tú necesitas es inicializar un Public Client Application. Recuerden, una aplicación móvil es pública porque mal que bien el usuario tiene pleno control sobre la aplicación, ¿no? Con ciertas dificultades, pero pleno control. Así que es pública y le pasas los datos que tenemos, la redirect URI, ¿no? Que tenemos el MSAL que configuramos en Android y en iOS con nuestro client ID y el path auth. El authority, ¿no? Es nuestro authorization server. Recuerden que necesitamos el tenant ahí para poder, ¿no? Confiar, más un concepto de Azure AD B2C que es una policy. Vamos a ver luego cómo funcionan ahí las policies para manejar el inicio de sesión y autenticación, pero en esencia eso. Y una vez que tienes eso, hacer el login es súper fácil. Empecemos con el login interactivo, que es donde vamos a tener que tener la consideración para Android. Empecemos con el login interactivo. Ahí lo que vamos a hacer es, aquí le ponemos a sync, utilizar el Authentication Client, le decimos adquirir token interactivo, es decir, va a abrir el navegador y le va a pedir que por favor ingrese sus credenciales y nos habilite el acceso si es que no está. Y en el caso de Android, gracias a que estamos en Net 6 con multitarget, podemos hacer este if Android y ponerle with parent activity or Windows para tener la current activity. Súper sencillo y le damos execute. Es el login interactivo. Si cancela el usuario y dice no, sabes que no quiero, puedes manejarlo tú y devolver algo, pero en esencia necesitas hacer esto. Además del login interactivo, para poder mantener la sesión, tenemos lo que se llama un login silencioso, o login silently, como pueden ver aquí. Voy a ponerle la sign acá. ¿Qué hace? Disculpen un segundo. Ya estamos. Que lo que va a hacer es ver si el usuario ya inició sesión, ¿no? En nuestra aplicación, y darle a la aplicación un token de forma silenciosa. Para eso, esto es un tema más de la librería Authentication Client. Ellos manejan un concepto de accounts, ¿no? Entonces tú tienes que decirle qué account quieres probar. Para eso yo tengo un método que dependiendo del environment, es decir, mi authorization server, voy a ponerlo por acá para que lo vean, es súper simple, identifique el account, ¿ok? Y se lo pasa este método de acquire token silently. Y aquí hay una excepción que es muy importante para temas del flujo mobile, entender que esta librería nos lanza una excepción de UI required si es que la aplicación necesita iniciar sesión porque ya venció la sesión y no se puede extender más, no se puede refrescar, etc. ¿Ok? ¿Eso para qué nos sirve? Nos sirve de mucho para que al momento que hagamos nuestro login, por ejemplo, podamos hacer una cosita bien interesante aquí y decirle acá async y le decimos intenta hacer el login silent y si me da esa excepción le digo que se loguee interactivamente en esencia. Entonces le pide al usuario que se loguee de nuevo. Es una forma sencilla, digamos, de montar ahí ese fallback de si la sesión no está iniciada, pues, para que cuando abran tu aplicación la primera vez, pues la aplicación aparezca ya iniciada sesión, o si la sesión está perdida, pues que te mande a poder loguearte. Y luego el sign out sería un bloque también sencillo utilizando el mismo client, en donde, vamos a darle así acá, remueves la cuenta, en esencia. Aquí lo que hago es remover todas. Podrías remover solamente una si es que tienes múltiples, ¿no? Authorization servers, por alguna extraña razón tu app tiene múltiples authorization servers, necesitas validar solamente salir sesión de una, puedes hacer el mismo get account by environment que yo hago y solo remover esa. En mi caso da lo mismo remover todas. ¿Ok? Y esto es todo el código específico de Azure AD B2C. Es todo. Ahora solo nos queda conectarlo con la app y asegurarnos que nuestro B2C está bien conectado para tener inicio de sesión de inmediato. Entonces vamos a darle una vuelta más a lo que es el servicio Azure AD B2C como tal. Cuando tú lo creas por primera vez y te aparece, digamos, el tenant, lo que tú vas a ver es, vamos acá, ¿cómo lo creo? A nuestros
Jesús.
recursos. Sí,
Últimos 5 minutos, ¿vale?
dale. Entonces esta es la parte más importante. Entonces vamos a verlo aquí. Cuando te crea este recurso, tú lo tienes aquí disponible, pero tiene esta setting que es la importante, que te abre el B2C tenant. Entonces tú abres aquí y lo que te va a permitir es administrar ya el directorio desde el punto de vista B2C. Desde aquí hacemos el app registration, recuerdan el cliente, le damos que ahora está bastante bueno porque nos dice qué clase de aplicación queremos, por ejemplo, sample, qué clase de usuarios queremos. Pueden dejar sin redirect URI de momento, lo registran y tenemos un wizard que nos va a sugerir qué podemos integrar y qué cosas no. Por ejemplo, aquí en la parte de autenticación, agregan una plataforma y les dice, por ejemplo, quieren una aplicación Android, iOS, te da los signature hash, te ayuda a configurar la plataforma. Vamos a ver el ejemplo ya configurado para que vean qué es lo que necesitamos mínimamente. Y ese está aquí. No, acá. Ajá, sí. Acá. Sample text este. Lo administro acá. Tenemos un app registration para nuestra aplicación móvil con los redirect URIs. Aquí está. Hay una para la API, pero eso la vamos a dejar fuera del scope. Que tiene la redirección porque es un cliente público. Este es un sample que hice. Que está la URL que configuramos tanto en Android como en iOS, ¿no? Muy importante. Y luego, es eso todo. Aquí están los datos que vamos a copiar, ¿no? El client ID y demás. Y luego, lo importante es aquí en los flujos de usuario, para poder loguear, tú tienes que definir un flujo, ya sea de sign up, sign in, o de password reset. Esto define la interacción con el usuario. Por ejemplo, este de sign up, sign in es un flujo que yo creé para la aplicación. Aquí lo podemos probar. Y en esencia genera todo lo que es el redireccionamiento, el login, qué datos vas a pedirle al usuario y demás. Tú puedes modificar absolutamente todo. Si vas a conectar otros proveedores de identidad, como por ejemplo otro OpenID Connect, como puede ser otro Azure AD B2C, otro Azure AD. Si vas a conectar alguna de estas cuentas, todo eso lo defines ahí y ese flujo automáticamente lo va a tomar. Y es el que usa la app. De hecho, vamos a darle nuestro famoso F5 a la rama correcta finalizada donde ya tiene el código para que lo veamos de una vez. Y con eso vamos a últimos pasos y terminamos, porque el tiempo no nos da para más. Pero le digo acá hard, yes. Voy a cerrar acá la app. El código, como les digo, en la última slide tengo el link acortado para que tengan código, las guías, los enlaces de documentación y demás de esta demo. Eliminado por las dudas y le doy a ejecutar. Entonces, nuestro cliente, la aplicación móvil en MAUI, nuestro autorización server, Azure AD B2C, es el que se va a encargar de manejar usuarios, inicio de sesión, tu factor authentication, otros clientes, otros proveedores de identidad, etc. Y nosotros configuramos aquí el flujo con el cliente de Microsoft que nos da la librería y nos hace esto, ¿no? Todo más fácil de manejar. Por ejemplo, le damos aquí, sign up o sign out, le va a llevar a ese tenant, ¿no? Que les decía, y les va a pedir, por ejemplo, yo aquí tengo mi usuario creado, si no podrían registrarlo sin problemas, y mi contraseña súper segura. Pueden manejar también la dificultad de la contraseña y demás. Regresa el callback, procesa el token y ya estamos. Tenemos la identidad y demás. Este es mi nombre, mi correo. Y como tenemos en ese callback, recuerdan el authorization code, se canjea por un token, por ejemplo un access token, y me permite llamar a mi API que está protegida. Y pedirle, por ejemplo, en este caso, si ustedes la conocen, seguramente cuando crean un nuevo proyecto de .NET 6, te da un weather forecast, un controller weather forecast. Ese es el que estamos llamando y está protegido también por B2C. Entonces tenemos ahí lo mínimo que necesitamos. Inicio de sesión, mantener el profile, porque si yo aquí cierro la app, debería mantener el profile si es que no hemos roto nada ahorita con el reset. Automáticamente. Ajá, sí, automáticamente. Y llamada a una API protegida. Con eso estamos súper bien. Entonces, sé que deben tener 1000 preguntas porque es mucho que cubrir en tan poco tiempo, pero tranquilos. Este es el enlace que necesitan recordar si les interesa utilizar Azure AD B2C. Pueden aquí ver las slides y van a ver los enlaces de la documentación. Recuerdan mi blog, somostx.com. Ahí está también un post donde recopilo esta sesión, el enlace al video, las slides, estos enlaces de documentación, el código y demás, para que ustedes los puedan revisar. Igual en las slides también están. Y hay casos avanzados donde pueden personalizar, por ejemplo, completamente la UI del lado de Azure AD B2C, gracias a nuestros amigos de Condatis, que es una empresa que trabaja muy de cerca con Azure AD B2C y ha hecho unos webinars muy buenos. Están ahí en inglés, disponibles para que los revisen si es que quieren ver casos avanzados. Y el ejemplo mostrado hoy en MAUI, con Prism Super Alpha, está aquí en el repositorio público, que también pueden revisarlo. Así que si tienen una pregunta específica sobre Azure AD B2C con .NET MAUI o Azure AD B2C en general, pueden hacerla ahora, en inglés o en español, da lo mismo, de hecho, no hay problema.
Claro, Jesús, pues vamos a hacer un minuto de tiempo a ver si hay preguntas. De momento, revisando el chat y revisando redes sociales, no tenemos preguntas específicas de B2C. Así que vamos a hacer un poco de tiempo. Gracias por compartir el enlace del ejemplo, que suele ser una pregunta muy habitual.
Sí.
Nada, recordad que lo tenéis ahí en jesulín2514/techismoney y ahí tenéis
Sí.
el ejemplo que ha enseñado. Y recordar el enlace más sencillo, que es B2C.
Sí, MAUI B2C.
B2C. Así que sigue sin haber preguntas. Nada, si tenéis preguntas, recordad que podéis seguir utilizando el chat y también tenéis el Twitter, etcétera, de Jesús en el caso de que queráis hacerle ping y preguntar cualquier cosa. Así que poco más que añadir. Mil gracias por ser parte del Maui Fest, Jesús. Mil gracias por la sesión. Genial. Nos vemos pronto. Muchas gracias por todo.
Listo, gracias a ti, Javier. Un gusto. Cuídense todos.
Buen día.
Que tengan un buen día. Chao.
Okay, so now we are going to continue with the agenda, with the next session that we have in the schedule. That will be a session from Igal Flegmann talking about how he have made a native application for Windows and Mac in only 2 weeks using .NET MAUI and Blazor Hybrid. But that will be after 5 minutes. Now let's have a small break. See you soon. Okay, we are back again, and this time we are going to have a really interesting session where we will receive knowledge based on the experience, based on someone that has already published and created an application using, in this case, Blazor hybrid. I mean, reusing and using Blazor components with .NET MAUI. And to talk about that, I have with me Igal. Hello.
Hey
How are
Javier,
you?
how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for organizing this. And I'm hoping Maui becomes a big thing because it has been great for us. So I'm excited to
Yeah, I'm
share
really
what we have
excited
learned.
to know your experience so far. I know that, we had a previous session with Gerald at the beginning of
Yeah,
the event talking about Blazor hybrid. And now with your session, it's like join the two sessions, but in your case, talk about your own experience. That always is great. So that's fantastic. I don't want to take so much time from your time. Remember that we only have 40 minutes and it's not too much. So I'm going to share your screen so far and everything is ready. I will just let you know when only left 5 minutes and let me know if you need anything.
all right, cool. Thank you. All right, so as Javier mentioned, I'm going to talk about how I made a native app in Windows and Mac in 2 weeks using Maui. And the title might be a little misguiding because we had already web applications and console applications, but it answers the question of, can you run this in production? Can you run Blazor in production? We have been running Blazor in production for a while, and now we are running Maui in production, and it has been great. So first of all, who am I? If you are more in the Maui and Blazor live, you might know me more as Coding Flamingo. This is actually the first time that I mentioned in a public event or something that I'm actually Coding Flamingo. I usually try to keep my two lives separate. But I was a Blazor early adopter since it was in preview. At that point, I was actually working at Microsoft, and I was doing some identity and PKI stuff. And then I left and co-founded Keynote. And here are my two Twitters. So there's my personal one that is a little more professional. Then there's my Coding Flamingo one that is a lot of memes and my videos and stuff like that. So first of all, I want to talk about why Maui plus Blazor. There's a lot of talk about Maui and how great it is and how it's the evolution of Xamarin, and you can do multi-platform and in computers and phones. But the most important thing for me is Blazor, because most applications now are web applications. You start with your web application and then you have to migrate it. Maybe you start needing access to certain stuff. So for example, we're a security and cryptography company, so we needed access to the SSH agent of the OS to be able to add SSH certificates to it. And that's something you cannot do from the browser, and you shouldn't be able to do it from the browser. You should have the browser kind of secure. So then we evolved into needing a native application, and being able to reuse our Blazor components made the application building way easier. You can just kind of grab whatever already existed and use it. So that was kind of great, and that's why I feel like, yes, .NET MAUI using native components is great, but being able to reuse your web application is even better. And one of the main things that is great about Maui is you don't have to choose. You're not married to Blazor, or you're not married to Maui. You can use either, or you can mix and match. If you want to use a Blazor component somewhere and then you want to use a native component to pop up an alert or something that your user would be used to, you can do both. So that's why I feel that Maui is great, and we love using it, and it allows you to kind of merge a little more back end and front end. The back end people can start doing a little bit of logic in the front end. You'll see that I still can't do any actual CSS or anything. So the demo today, it's going to be really ugly, but it shows the functionality. So here's the opportunity we had. So we had our web application. It had kind of the easy way to show your endpoints and do everything. And we had our console application, which was loved by developers because developers sometimes like writing scripts and doing everything in console. But there was this kind of gap in the middle of people that wanted to use our console application, but were a little bit not as comfortable or wanted to have easy to click UI. For example, I use the UI version to connect to my lab at home and everything. It's just like 1 or 2 computers, so it's way better. And we merged them together and we created the UI version. And we're a small company, so like resources are very precious, and it only took me 2 weeks to do because thankfully I could grab the components that the front end team had already done, use the logic that we had already used, and merge them into one application. So here are the steps we took. So we actually had to extract the Razor components into a Razor library. That's a typo there. We created the MAUI application. We referenced our Blazor library. We referenced our library used in the console application, and we merged them into one application. We did already kind of, when we were planning our products, we knew MAUI was coming out. So we did kind of plan a little bit of extract more of the data, the logic, and that made it a little easier. But even if you don't plan it, like it's a lot of, you might have to move around a little bit of the data, a little bit of copy pasting, but it's very doable. So now we're going to do a live demo. I'm going to write all the code live, so hopefully it works. So let me just minimize this. And we're going to start with our Blazor application. So in this repo, and this is all in my Coding Flamingo repo, I'll send the link later in the chat, and I'll post it on my Twitter. But in here we have the projects. So we have Clipping Maui, which is just like a Maui application that I already created. We have our existing Blazor site, and we have our sample console application. And in here it's already extracted into the libraries. So, and we're just gonna create it. So first we have our Blazor site, nothing too special. And actually I didn't even have to run it. I have it open here because I have it running in Azure, since we're gonna have to pull from that API. But basically it's a magical site. You press a quote and you get a new quote every time. And there's only like 5 quotes, and that's it. I couldn't come up with something better. So we have that. And then we have our sample console application. This sample console application, I'm going to open the code a little bit, and it's very simple. It creates an HTTP client service that basically has retry options and stuff like that. It calls the get method, and we have the home site set as a variable, and we output the result and we save it to a file. Obviously, this is not very useful, but I just wanted to see like that you can use like file service, and this could be something way more important. And here we're just saving to a file to show that you can save it to a file easier than in a browser. But obviously, if you're doing a full application, it probably is something else. You want to use GPS or you want to use something else. So that's kind of it. And you run it, and that's it. And if we go to our Git, I'm just going to open the file here. So if we go to Clipping Maui and we go to sample console, we go to bin debug, and you'll see that it saved the text into this notepad. So we have kind of those two. And then last but not least, we have our Maui application that I said to build instead of startup. So we'll have, oh, wow. Let's set a startup and hopefully it will run. All right, it still runs. I was right there for a second. So this is just a Maui application that I'm using for some of the video series I'm doing for creating a Maui app, publishing and doing all that stuff. And it just grabs whatever you type and makes Clippy say it. And now I want to kind of do it in the fetch data. We're going to change that to also get quotes from our server. So to do that, the first thing we have to do is we're going to add project references. So we need the client library and the sample Razor library. And then in here, I'm just going to open, we'll do it in the counter. So we're just going to delete the counter stuff. And I'm going to go to the Blazor site. Sorry, this here, I think I did it in index. So as you can see, what I did is we just have the heading and then this component, and this component is in our sample library. So all we have to do is grab this. Grab this component, and we're gonna in our counter site. As you can see, we pass some stuff, so we have to have a function to get a new quote, and we have to have a text to do that. And so I'm just gonna add. I like separating my C# files from the other ones, so I'm just gonna do counter.razor.cs. The reason for doing that is if you name them exactly the same, it'll be kind of like underneath each other here. And in here, same, we can just go back and copy some of the code. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong one. I'm just going to open the index here to just have it. Huh. I'm doing this in the wrong project. Sorry about that. I'm doing this in the counter. Wait, no. Oh, I added this in the wrong project. Sorry. As I said, doing it live, what could go wrong? So we're going to add a new class. All right, now we are going to go here. And we'll have to inject something to have the client. And we're going to need the string. Here we have it. We copied the string name. And we copied the get string from server. So now if we look at our, it shouldn't be really, why is this not liking it? Oh, we're missing the using as well. So we have to add the using. And if you're going to use it all over your product, all over your project, you can just put it in the imports. So it's cleaner. So you can remove this. We're going to hope that eventually it'll all come together because there's some errors there. So, okay, now we have kind of like now we have to do the logic side of it. So first we have our client library. And let's look what we have here. So we have our file service that is just a static class. And then we have our HTTP client service. That's the one that I mentioned. It uses an HTTP client. And it's basically just a wrapper around it that uses Poly to do retries if there's like a timeout or a bad gateway or something like that, that it usually just makes it a little more available. So we're going to have to go to the MAUI program. And we're going to have to add it. We're going to need an HTTP client. an HTTP client service. And this is just so we can inject it. Now we can go back to the counter. We're going to do inject. Let's reopen it, see if it helps. So Visual Studio is not showing me my autocompletes to kind of show this. But basically what we have to do is we're missing some stuff here. All right, we'll see if it comes up. Actually, I'm just going to close it and open it again. All right, it's not liking this, and so I'm just going to cheat. And I do have one that I already cheated a little bit. Wait, what? Okay, and it's in the fetch data one. So we're just going to delete this. As I said, I'll try to do it live, but if the demo gods are not with me, I'm just going to use the fetch data. So here you see I just kind of did it. I actually did it in the same page. And you can see we have here the Blazor component from our library. We have the get message callback. So every time this button is pressed, it'll actually call back to the main one since we want the logic to be external to the component. And then the message to display, we're going to pass it. So in here, the get message, it will go call generic, call our home site, and do this. And if we want to use a file service, we can do write to file and do sample. sam.txt, and then the content. If we see this one, it's just a very simple to definition, and we're just writing into a file that on the path that we pass, and that's kind of it. So now if we run this, it should do kind of the same as the website does, but it'll save it to a file without the user having to, you can save it. One of the main differences is it doesn't go automatically to file to downloads. It goes to whatever file you specify since you have access to the whole computer. So it's going to save it in the same folder as where the MAUI app is running. So now if we run this again, and we go to fetch data, you see it's here. Oh, and I'm getting an exception. Oh, okay. So I'm passing to an actual path that system 32, that it's not allowed since it's running from system 32. So let's change that. So in here, I'm just going to grab my Git path. It's going to be users Igal.git. And we're going to pass that in MAUI. And these are kind of like the little things that you might have to change for your MAUI to work. That's why it still took a little bit of time. But and obviously, usually you would do actual references, but in here, since it's a demo, I'm just gonna do. Just do it like this. And it's gonna try to save the message. So we're gonna go to get quote, and it's gonna be there. And we can see that it saved the file here. So the great thing about this is any CSS, so the .NET MAUI Blazor actually works kind of as a regular Blazor application. As you can see, the template is actually the same. They use the same one that they do for the browser. So if you already have your server running, you have everything, and as the last presentation showed, you even have authentication. You just have to add your authentication here. You can contact the same web APIs. You can use the same CSS. So as you can see here, it doesn't look great. But if I had the same CSS as my website does, then I can just copy paste, and someone that doesn't usually do front end could get this application working and running in a few days and weeks. And Gerald and I have actually done great work in both of our YouTube channels on kind of showing how to deploy these applications, put them in the app stores, and have it up ready to go, be code signed. So that's how you can have your website. This was a very simplified example, but this is how you could have your website up in .NET MAUI in a few minutes. And as you can see here, this is an actual application. So if I close it and I have it pinged, like I can just open it here. And since I have a little bit of extra time, I'm actually going to talk a little bit about it, because a lot of people will be like, well, there's progressive web applications that if you go to like, I know YouTube Music has one. So I'm just going to open it up here real quick. And you can save it into your, all right. It's not showing, but basically you can save it and have it as an application, but that's still running, and you can do that with Blazor. That's still running on the browser sandbox. So if you need any access to actual native stuff, that's when MAUI comes in, and that's when this kind of partnerships comes in, and it's the greatest way to move your application into native. And as you saw in other presentations, like you can have native stuff come up. You could have the regular Windows alert come up for something, and you can have different permissions for the application and so on. So this is why I think Blazor plus MAUI are great. Now let's go back to the presentation and the conclusion and see if you have any questions. So conclusion, MAUI is awesome. If you're watching this, you probably already know it, or you are thinking about using it, give it a try. The community is great. So usually when you have a problem, and actually shout out to Gerald, he is always there. He's always answering questions, and many other Microsoft people are there as well as other community people. This is an early product, and I also put it here. MAUI's still young. So there is still a little errors that you might have, some issues that are still being worked out, but the community is working really hard at getting it and having great support. So give it a try. You will love it, and you will learn another skill that hopefully in a few years people will be looking for MAUI developers all over the place. So now if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Hello again. So I'm checking the chat, I'm checking the social network. So far, we don't have any questions. I just put a message just to promote. And if anyone have question, now is the time to think about that and to ask anything that you have in mind, or even if it's not a question and you want to share any kind of feedback, now is the good moment. So let's wait a little bit of time. While we are waiting, maybe you can share also the links to the stores from the application, maybe.
For what? For my application?
Yeah.
So it's actually it's kind of complicated to use our application. You have to have our Azure plan, so you have to actually
Okay.
purchase it through Azure, because what we do is server access, so like managed Linux access. So you purchase it through Azure, and then this is just the application. But it makes it easier for like our customers can just tell their employees like, hey, go to the Microsoft store, download this, or you can have it pushed through Intune. So it really makes it a very native and very easy for people to use.
Yeah, that could be nice also, because for us it's also a good way to share, links to real applications published on the store, and allowing people just to, to load it and play with it, and play with, the startup time, playing with how everything works, test the same application in different device, and see how we adapt to different screen size, etc. So that could be nice, but don't worry,
Yeah.
I understand why it's in that way. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I can open it and you'll see it'll open right away. I just have to minimize this, and I just clicked it and it opened. So open time is almost immediate. You have kind of like very native, and it looks exactly like our website. So that's one other thing. Like nowadays, a lot of companies, you're used, like you go into Facebook, you expect it to look like Facebook. You go into the Azure portal, you expect it to look like Azure portal. So you expect their native applications to look exactly the same as their web applications. So that's a great thing about Maui. So yeah, you can see it's very responsive. Load up time was almost negligible. Install time is also like less than 30 seconds. So it's very easy to use. And as I said, it's production ready. This is running in production and people love it.
Are the application using any API from Essentials? I mean, the Blazor application is accessing to, I don't know, the camera, or is accessing to anything related with the native platform?
Yeah, so we do use a lot of the native platform, mostly. So when you actually connect to this, I think this is my Raspberry Pi here. When you connect, we're actually going to our server, getting a certificate. So instead of having an SSH key, we are adding that to your SSH agent. So that's what manages your SSH keys in your native OS. So it's as native as you get. And then you have access. And as you can see here, I'm SSH'd into Linux. So I'm opening terminal, opening everything, and it's all from a click of a button. So it really makes it very easy. And as I said, like it took us 2 weeks to port it. Obviously, we already had our console application, but to port it into from a console application to this kind of beautiful UI, one-click stuff, it was really great.
Yeah, and it looks amazing. So
yeah,
nice job. I asked some personal questions that I had in mind. I'm also trying to do a little bit of time to see if people in the chat wants to participate, but so far we are still without questions.
Yeah.
So.
And as always, you can always tweet at me at any of my accounts, and I'll respond in Spanish or English. I'll do either. So I think that has been your confusion since we started.
Yeah, I have confused, because I know that you know Spanish. So and also we chat a little bit in Spanish too. So when I promote the event, I use associate your because your title and description was in English, etc. And I associate that he want to use English. But then I noticed I promote the event, and I didn't ask if he really want to use English or he want to use Spanish. So yeah, sorry about that, but
it's all fine. I can do either. So yeah, people feel free to ask me any questions in English or Spanish. And Javier, as I said, thank you so much for organizing this, and I'm very excited to see.
It's always great to see real experience, right, from people already using it, and that's awesome. So thanks for sharing your experience, thanks for sharing your applications, and being part of the event. So thanks so much. Hopefully see you soon again.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so this session was expected to end at 7:30, but we complete the session a little bit earlier, and that means that we could wait a little bit to have the next session, but I already have seen Dan connecting in the background, so we are going to do what we always are doing in the event. Let's have a small break of 5 minutes, and we are going to back with Dan after that 5 minutes talking about updating Prism to .NET MAUI with one of the main maintainers. So see you in 5 minutes. Back again, and now with the last session of the day. Last, but a really interesting one, where we are going to see how has been updated Prism to .NET MAUI. And to talk about that, I have with me to Dan Siegel. He's Microsoft MVP, a really nice open source contributor with nice libraries like mobile build tools, etc., and one of the main contributors and maintainers of Prism. So, hi Dan, how are you?
Oh, hello. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. Good to be with everybody virtually. Hopefully, we'll do this in person in the nearest future.
Hopefully, I really miss that, right? And now I don't know what's the situation there, but here it's a little bit better. So I'm waiting, patiently waiting to back again and meet
Oh.
with the people that you only see in streaming, right? And meet face by face, take a coffee, etc. So yeah, really miss that.
I definitely miss seeing everybody in person. That's for sure. So, I have good news for everybody, and the good news is that there is no slides. This is pure demo. This is pure code. So I wanted to kind of start off by looking at Prism for Xamarin Forms, because the title, right, is kind of migrating over. So it's kind of good to take a quick look at where we're coming from, where we're going to. So this is basically the Prism template. So if you install Brian's Prism template pack in Visual Studio on Windows, no, we do not support Mac. It was a moving target and I didn't have time to keep up with it. But we do have the templates out there. Actually, good news, kind of a little squirrel, if you will. The Prism templates are now published to NuGet.org, so you can actually use .NET-MAUI to install those templates, and you can create those templates on Linux if you wanted to, I guess. But anyway, here we go. So this is a classic Prism for Xamarin Forms app that we have kind of known to grow to love. And, Prism has always been a framework that puts dependency injection as a first-class citizen. That's something that's brand new for Maui. It's great to finally see Maui adopting that. But we always kind of handled that within the application. So this is, of course, going to cause a migration kind of pseudo pain point, if you will, for people. Most classically, what you would see, even though there are other methods within Prism application that we kind of did support, the two that people most often would use is the on-initialized and the register types. The name's kind of obvious as far as what they do. But with Prism Maui, one of the things I wanted to do was to get people up and running as quickly as possible. And one of the ways that we accomplished that was by providing a Prism application in Prism Maui that still has these methods available. And we will call them for you if you do have a Prism application. Ironically, in Prism Maui, while the class Prism application does exist, it's not actually mandatory. In fact, when you look at the demo that we'll be doing a little bit later, or going through a little bit later, you'll actually notice that the application does not inherit from Prism application at all. It's just a standard .NET MAUI application. Everything is done in Prism Maui in the app builder, which is really kind of exciting for me. One of the other things you'll see here is we had just in the template, we would provide a registration for the Xamarin Forms navigation page, because if you didn't do that, it wasn't going to be available. I'm actually happy to say in Prism Maui, we now do this automatically. We detect whether or not you have registered a navigation page in Prism Maui. And if you have not, we'll provide you that default registration, both for the navigation page and for the tab page as well. Also, beautiful thing. The Prism templates had actually included what was the Xamarin Essentials interfaces, which was a community package that kind of took Xamarin Essentials and then created an interface and pseudo implementation around that interface. So that way you maintained testability within, your net standard library. And, we now luckily in Maui, that's kind of a first class citizen. So definitely something that's pretty exciting there. With that, I don't want to spend any more time on the legacy stuff. I think it's probably more fun to take a look at kind of what is new. So this is the demo app in the actual Prism Maui repo. And so you'll see here, we do a couple things. We add these modules. These are all done off of a builder. So let me just kind of collapse this down real quick. And you'll see that, all we've really done is we've changed use MAUI app for use Prism app. We still pass our app in, and then we provide a delegate naturally for that to kind of build out and register anything that we might need to with Prism. So we have our modules that get registered here. We maintain our register types. So if we wanted to migrate those over, these can come over from Prism application in forms over to our app builder here. We also have this really new exciting method called Register Global Navigation Observer. Now, I was not able to convince Brian to let me take a dependency on system.reactive in Prism Maui itself, but I was able to convince him to let me come out with a new package. So there is a Prism Maui.rx package that you can find on NuGet, and that exposes this Register Global Navigation Observer. So you get a really nice observable pipeline, and you'll see that here with this add global navigation observer. So this gives you that iObservable with a new navigation request context, and you can watch this now globally and get notifications anytime the navigation service, whether you're going forward or backward in your navigation stack, you're going to get those notifications of exactly what was done. And you can do a lot of different things here. So you can resolve your logger, for instance, and you can log navigation errors if you encountered some sort of exception. You could watch what the URI is, or anytime that you had like a go back, and you could kind of maintain what you believe your actual navigation URI is. So there's a lot of potential that you have with that. So I'm very, very excited that we get to see that now. And then the next thing is we kind of finish off with this on app start, which is a new concept in Prism Maui. So we do have an on initialized extension that you can add in here, and that gives you access to the container. So if you need to resolve a service and do some sort of initialization, you can do that. Maui also does have a kind of like a on initialized interface that you could take a look at as well if you needed to. But it's just very simple to do that here with Prism as part of your pipeline. The on app start, though, there's a whole bunch of different extension methods around this to kind of try to meet you where you are and kind of whatever makes it easier. So I could actually just provide a string with the URI that I want to navigate to. I could make it that simple. So if I just want to say, hey, go to the main page, it'll go to the main page. But if I want to take a little bit more control, I can use that navigation service and I can navigate. But you'll actually notice that here, this is not your normal navigate async kind of call. There's this new create builder. And this is something I've been wanting to do in Prism for quite a while. And I finally got around to doing it. And the navigation builder really makes navigating a lot easier for a couple of different scenarios. One is if it's really complex, because it doesn't take a whole lot before you just have this jumbled mess that's almost impossible to follow what exactly you were trying to do, especially if you start doing URI encoding, which you do need to do in many cases. It becomes just a complete nightmare. And so this kind of bridges that gap, so that way you can kind of keep things very clear, step by step. We're going to this page and then this page, and you can build out your query parameters for each one. You can pass, in like very simply, I can just come in here. We'll say, so we can say add parameter, and now I can just provide that key, and I can provide a value, and I don't have to new up brand new navigation parameters. I just pass in my key and my value. So there are a lot of little things like that that make it easier. The other one, which you actually might notice here, is I've had a lot of people over the years ask me about view model navigation. They say, I know I'm not supposed to reference the page type from the view model. That breaks the MVVM pattern. So I want to be able to navigate to another view model. And the navigation builder actually allows you to do that now. So I can say, go to my splash page view model rather than giving it the navigation key. And it is going to kind of help construct what that navigation URI would be. So that way the navigation service is able to do what it needs to do. The next thing is you'll notice that this actually, if I hover over this, and I'm sorry that it's probably really small and impossible to read, but the kind of little message that you get when you hover over that will actually show you that that method returns a void. So if you've been around Prism for a while, you know that the navigation service is all asynchronous. We always return a task, but the navigation builder exposes both methods that are asynchronous and not. So whatever kind of context that you're in, it's able to kind of help you with. And again, I can handle my navigation globally. So if I had a navigation error, I can get that globally through the navigation observer. But I can also pass in a method here, and I can additionally handle it here. So I can get notification, or I can put a breakpoint in my code right here. So just a really, really nice little thing that you can do here. And yeah, so that's kind of the gist of it. If we kind of run through real quick what we have going on. And definitely if you have any questions, and Javier, feel free to jump in if people have questions. That way we don't have to come all the way back. Sometimes it's easier in context while I'm here. But
in fact, we have questions. Well, we have questions and feedback. So first of all, I'm going to share feedback that when it's lovely feedback, it's always nice to hear. Vijay shared that finally view model first navigation with hands up. So that's cool. And the question is about is from Burkus Cat, and the question is: are the interfaces plus the implementation for essentials pre-registered in MAUI or in Prism? So not by default in MAUI.
Yeah.
And I guess that not in Prism too, because you are not using it, or you don't require it, maybe?
Yeah, we don't use it in Prism, and we don't require it in Prism, so we don't register it. We really do try in every way to minimize what we register, so that way you can kind of keep your memory footprint as small as possible. And I've taken some effort here as well. There are things that I can do in Prism MAUI because it really has been written from kind of the ground up. So there are things I can do here that I couldn't do, say, in Prism Forms or in Prism for WPF or Prism Uno. So things like the module, like basically everything with modularity, I cannot do, where I just don't register. I have to register those things, and then we have to check to see if you added modules. In this, I can more intelligently, check like, oh, okay, you provided me a delegate to register some modules. So I need to register the module services as well. So we really minimize that footprint there as we're going through things. But the nice thing is, and I kind of mentioned this before. So like, I think in the legacy template we had like app info. So we have app info, which is still our normal static that Prism developers hate with this static. But Essentials itself is fantastic. But the beautiful thing in Maui is that, and it depends on the API. Hopefully they'll unify this, because I find it kind of annoying. Some of them are .current, some of them are .default. But we do have some static property on those types now that provide a static interface that we can reference and we can register. So it really becomes like, if I want that IApp info, okay, let's try cutting that again. If I want that IApp info, it really becomes as simple as, say, register instance, and now I have the interface and I can resolve the IApp info. So that is kind of a quick win. I didn't have to install any extra packages. It just kind of comes along for the ride with Maui, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, another thing I wanted to kind of mention here is that, Prism developers have kind of become accustomed to the Prism, IOC abstraction layer that we have added over the years. And we did that, quite a while ago, because when I first got involved in Prism, we had multiple containers, and all of the docs were typically written around the Unity container. Some of them started to get written for the dry IOC container. And either way, people were getting confused on the subtle differences between how one container worked versus another. And we thought it would be a lot easier if we had a common API that abstracted the containers, kind of abstracted them away a little bit. So that way it would be easier for you to go from one project to the next and have the same exact API to work with. And on the platform layer, so we have the Prism core that kind of exposes that. But then on the platform layer, we have things like register for navigation, because here we have a generic constraint that is specific to whatever the view type is. And so, those still obviously exist for the container registry. But the really cool thing is, because Maui, takes this first class approach to dependency injection with Microsoft Extensions dependency injection, we do actually, that's a bad example because it's in another file. But we do actually take some, where is it? I think maybe here. Here we go. Here's one. But we do take kind of this first class approach to the iService collection. So, you'll see that whether you're working off of the iService collection or Prism's iContainer registry to register your services, you're still going to get all of the custom Prism extensions for things like registering your view for region navigation or page navigation. The dialogue service in Prism is kind of one of the few APIs that has not been migrated over yet to Prism Maui. That's going to come hopefully in the next release. But that is definitely coming. And those extensions will also exist both for iContainer Registry and iService Collection. And again, the goal is to try to make this as simple as possible for people, so we meet you where your needs are. If you're doing things like you're trying to use Microsoft extensions, for like the HTTP client or something like that, we want to make it easier for you to register those and still register everything else that you might need, kind of going forward there. And I just saw I think Vijay here had a question of why no support for Unity container. And the reason is actually really simple. The Unity container has decided to kind of go end of life. So,
So yeah, in fact, there are many questions related with what to use as containers. For example, the other one, it's does mean that we will be using the dry IOC container, or does it only use the default MAUI dependency ingestion stuff?
yeah, so for right now, the only supported container is dry IOC. In fact, just yesterday, Brian and I had a conversation around the fact that we're ultimately going to have to drop support entirely for the Unity container. So kind of like quick preview, because Prism has left the .NET Foundation, we'll be bumping the version to version 9.0, which really is only it's only an indication that we're changing the license holder. That's the only real difference. So instead of the license being owned by the .NET Foundation, it's now owned by Brian and myself. And, as we're doing that, we're not going to drop Unity in Prism 9.0. I don't know what we'll do in 10.0 or beyond, but 9.0 will definitely have Unity. But Unity is no longer maintained. The repository is archived, and we don't know how long it will be feasible to maintain that. We do know that a lot of people have existing apps that are using Unity, and we do need to kind of provide a path forward for them to update for their WPF apps and Xamarin Forms apps, as long as that's around as well. But we won't be adding it for Uno, and we won't be adding it for Maui in 9.0. So
cool. So before jump to another point, there are more questions, mostly about the navigation builder. Once then it's about the navigation parameter. Navigate parameter action on error is optional. So that was the question mostly.
Yeah, so there are a number of extensions to try to make it easier on you. So there's actually, I believe, an on success and an on failure delegate that you can provide. And so, there are different extension methods depending on which one you want to what combination you want to provide. And that's kind of one of the beautiful things with extension methods is I can keep the API simple, but provide extension methods that give you a lot of flexibility based on what your actual needs are. So we have that. One of the other things I want to show you while I'm in the actual Prism Maui repo is in the builder. So Prism for Xamarin Forms had introduced a iBehavior factory, and we shipped a default implementation that added a number of different behaviors to those pages. Some of them were global to every page. Some of them were specific to a specific type of page. But I've kind of done away a little bit with that in Prism Maui. So there's not a factory necessarily anymore. Instead, what I've done is I've made it very, very simple for you, where you have some extension methods that, again, you can do this off of iService collection. You can do it off of the iContainer registry. And I can say, here we have this navigation page, and we have the navigation page system go back behavior from Prism. And, this is giving me that filter. So anytime I have a navigation page, we're going to get this navigation page system go back behavior being applied to it by the Prism navigation service. And then these other ones down here, like the page lifecycle aware behavior, that is going to be applied to every single page. And if you need to, have some sort of delegate with the container and kind of, build things out a little bit, you can do that. There are some extension methods that kind of give you that flexibility to be very creative with what you're doing, or to keep it very, very simple like this. But this is a nice little enhancement on that API. So I think you'll definitely like that. One of the other things that you'll see here is there's a controls namespace with a Prism navigation page. So this is something that is new in Prism Maui. I'll probably actually backport this, honestly. But what this kind of does is, like I said before, by default, we add a navigation page with the navigation page key to the registry. So that way you can, navigate to it without having to explicitly register it. We take care of that for you, but we actually register the Prism navigation page. And so what that does is it hooks into that back button pressed event. And then we go ahead and we immediately tell the system to cancel and not to go back. And instead, what we do is we call the page navigation service, or the iNavigation service, I should say, and then we call go back. So that way the navigation service for that specific page is handling the go back rather than the system. And then that allows you to hook into things like Prism's I confirm navigation. So you can, say, hey, no, we actually can't go back because I have a form that they're filling out and they haven't said yes. Or, I can, do that asynchronously and I can pop up a dialogue, that way they can confirm what they want to do. So you have a lot of different, capabilities of what to do here. And you can, it is a public class. So if you are developing, instead of inheriting from navigation page, if you want to update that to Prism navigation page, you'll be able to do that very, very easily. So that is just like another one of those very subtle things that I think is going to make your life a lot easier. Another thing that I did cover in the blog was that you can actually now do things like have a page that gets registered with multiple view models. And there's a lot of different use cases where you might want to do that. One that kind of comes to mind, I had a client that had multiple teams that had like a billing page, and each team would have to provide slightly different implementations of a view model on that same page, but they wanted the consistent UI. And this is going to now allow you to do that type of thing with Prism. And I do see a question about special render. No, there's no special render on this. So all it does, it's all, kind of a core logic around the navigation page. I really try to keep Prism as much platform agnostic as possible. You will actually notice, if I open up the project, you will see that, there is a, right now I'm multi-targeting Net 6.0, Net Android, and then Windows. And that really is only to address a few issues that I've kind of found in development with the navigation service. And those are bugs that will hopefully be fixed in service release 2 or 3. By the time we kind of get from the bug report to it getting on the roadmap and getting pushed out. So hopefully by SR2 or 3, some of those bugs will go away. And then we would be dropping the Android and the Windows target, and it would just be a Net 6.0. So I don't want Prism to be the library that limits you to what platform that you can do. So, we get Tizen kind of for free now. But, if somebody comes out with a brand new platform, whatever that platform is, I want you to be able to take Maui, Prism Maui to it. As long as it supports Maui, that's all I care about. So that's kind of the goal as we develop this. And with that, and I know we're kind of running short on time. Whew, I'm talking like crazy. So there is a demo app, which I won't have a whole lot of time to go into, but you can find this up on my GitHub. I did publish it a little bit earlier. And this is from kind of the template that we've come out with, where I added a Prism startup. Hopefully by now you kind of see that the Prism startup is not actually a required class. What it is it keeps that stupidly small. So this is very easy to read as I'm looking at my Create Maui app, because I just pass in a static method for that delegate. And then I can build out the Maui app builder, and it just keeps things very, very clean and in their own kind of separate area to work on. But over here, I can come in. I have some additional methods because I did try to keep things very simple for people. So we have like a configure logging. So you can get that logging builder off of the Maui app builder, and you can provide a delegate directly for that if you want to. You have all those different methods here. You'll notice here, I actually just did, hey, go to the login page. So you have that capability here. We kept things very, very simple. I have this base services class that I register as a scoped service. So that means every time I create a new page, I'm going to get a new instance with all my services in there. And then I have this register instance for some of the different things that come from Maui, kind of essentials, or, like this is devices. This is in the application model. So they're, or accessibility, but these are things that you traditionally would have seen, I think probably more in essentials here. But you get that, and these are now registered, and we can use them in our app here. Again, we are doing some Prism modules. So we have 2 different modules that got registered. But here we actually say that the core app is going to be initialized on demand. We didn't specify here. This one is kind of just when available. So as soon as the application starts up, our authentication module gets initialized. Any services or pages in it get registered with a container. But if I try to access anything from the core app module, it won't be available until I manually go and load that module. So what kind of the flow, before I run it real quick, the flow is, I log in, I go to kind of a splash page, and then that splash page kind of goes, oh, okay, you're authenticated. And now let's go ahead and load the module and go to our main page. So that's the basic app flow. But what you'll notice in the core app, and again, sorry that the right side is so small, but you'll notice that this main page is actually, there's no XAML. I know everybody says, Dan, I thought you said you're supposed to use XAML. And, probably most of the time you should, but you don't always have to use XAML. And the other thing is, you'll notice that there is no view model for it. So I've specifically disabled the view model locator here. I don't have a view model for it because I don't need it, right? So you want to try to build an app that is going to meet your needs, not that is just trying to fit inside of some box, whether it's MVVM or anything else. This is just a little bit of code that's entirely about layout logic and kind of how to handle that. So the idea here is if we're running on a TV or a desktop, if we're on a tablet, we're going to get a desktop view that's kind of the side-by-side view. And if we're mobile, we're going to have just a list, and then we'll navigate to a detail page. And so with that, let me just kind of run this real quick so we see what's going on. Of course, everyone wants to message me while I'm doing this.
Don't worry about that. So he's also participating, right? So it's fine. Oh. So while you launch the Android emulator, there is a question about any update on support for Comet?
I have no idea what's going on with Comet right now. I know Prism itself is never going to support Comet. It really is about MVVM. It's entirely possible, things like the dependency injection, the event aggregator, stuff like that. Maybe we could use the Prism core for some other library that is Comet specific. But there has to be demand for that. And the reality of it is, at the end of the day, I need paying clients who say, we want this, because I only have so much time and I can't do everything for free. Of course, this is going to take forever to build and deploy today. What in the world? Any other time it would have deployed already. I think it has stage fright.
Yeah, you had to have the demo effect, right? That need to take longer than ever. And
I think this is the longest I've ever waited.
well, don't worry, no rush. You still have time.
Yeah. It's a good thing there's nobody after me. So, I needed that last session to end early so I would have enough time to do this here.
Yeah, you have enough time. Also, we started a little bit earlier because the previous session ended before expected. So
yeah.
you can have a little bit of more time too if you need it.
Let's see here. Launch. All right, there we go. All right, so we have this app. Now, this is, there is no actual authentication. I want to just say that. So you don't have to configure anything. This is a dummy button. It looks really pretty, like I'm going to authenticate with Microsoft or Google, but it's just a button. It doesn't do anything. It is, however, connected to a command, which actually I should probably show off for anybody who may not be familiar with this in Prism. So Prism does have the delegate command. And of course, you can provide a delegate to kind of return your is busy. And so you see that I do have like an is busy Boolean in here that I immediately toggle to true when that command is executing. And so I just simply return, whenever we're not busy, we can execute. And then the other thing is we're going to observe the property is busy. And is busy comes from the view model base, by the way, which is why you don't see the property in here. But again, we're just simulating an authentication call. So we have a task delay, but there is no actual business. There's no service or anything for anything here. We're keeping it very simple. And then we do an absolute navigation. We add this navigation segment for the splash screen. We add a parameter, authenticated is true, and then we navigate. So we keep it very, very simple there. And with that, let me just kind of go back, kind of click this button here. And boom, now you get this list of Maui developers and influencers. So we'll click on this guy that I'm sure nobody's heard of before. And we get, now our kind of detail page. And we see that we have this page-based navigation. We've taken advantage of services like the iLauncher that we inject into the view model. So that way we can go to GitHub here. Again, I can kind of go back and we have that, like I said, we have that page-based navigation. So that's things that you would kind of expect. Not the kind of thing that you would typically use regions for. But where we can use regions and make things a lot more dynamic, and I guess I probably should have showed this before, our detail is actually just a grid. Our influencers is just a collection view. So, those aren't pages that we're navigating to. That's all using region navigation. And what gets really exciting about this is now when I run this on Windows, and hopefully it won't take, a year to load like Android here. So we'll get that going. See which window it's going to pop up on. Of course, it's going to pop up over here. So there's a fun little bug in Maui right there. So we'll go ahead and we'll click on that. We'll get our kind of get our navigation. So now you notice that we kind of have like this little divider here. And, that's really for our scroll, because we have our collection view right here, which of course is scrollable. And then over here, this is just the content view that's empty at the moment, doesn't have anything. But again, we're going to use that region navigation. So it's now going to notice in our view model that the other region exists. And instead of using page navigation, we're going to use region navigation. And so now we get a different experience where instead we get this side-by-side effect. We still have the ability to click on these links. We still have our iLauncher. Of course, it'll go on the other screen. Why wouldn't it? So we see that we got John Dick's GitHub page, clicking on that link. So all of the things that we know and we love from Maui, we still have access to. We can use dependency injection throughout everything. And we can create this really rich dynamic experience where we keep things very, very simple with regions and then dynamically build our pages and our navigation patterns based on whether we're on a desktop platform, whether we're on a mobile platform, and kind of what is going to make the most sense visually. I know this is not the prettiest thing in the world. Look, I'm not Zam Girl. She develops beautiful things. I'm the guy that says there's 16 colors, man. That's all I got for you. But anyway, I hope that this is helpful. I hope kind of this, unconventional demo kind of helps unlock some different ways of looking at how you build apps, how you can kind of use Prism modularity to break up your logic in your code base. So that way, like you see here, we have, an authentication module, all that code gets self-contained, much, much easier to work on and task out. And then, just like I said, using, kind of introducing regions, which is kind of now out of box supported in Prism Maui.
Can you showcase very quickly the code, the container page hosting the regions?
For that main page?
Yeah.
Yep. So this is that was all in that code-based main page. So in here, what we did was we disabled the view model locator because no reason for it. Went ahead, just set the title. And then we have our iDevice info and our region manager that we inject. We kind of build out that list region. So we kind of set that just to a property that we can reuse. Excuse me. And then we kind of set, because we're not doing this in XAML, right? So if I was going to do this in XAML, typically, you would see something like this. And instead, we're doing this in code. So what we do is we are just setting a bindable property. So we go to the bindable property, set the value, and that kind of readies that content view up as a region. One other thing, actually, I did not show, which I probably should, is when the core app gets initialized and resolved, what we do is we inject the region manager into it, and then we call this register view with region. And so here I can say in this influencer list region, I want to navigate to the Maui influencers. And so when it creates the region, it's automatically going to populate that view for us. We don't have to do anything else. That's why you don't see any kind of region navigation here. All we did was we initialized that region. And then we simply set the content of the page based on the device idiom. So if any of those idioms are true, we return the desktop view. Otherwise, we return the mobile view. I kind of did like a little hack, which I never actually tested. No, it's a great thing to admit to, right? But theoretically, like if you were on a tablet, maybe you want to dynamically switch that to the mobile view if you're in portrait, desktop if you're not. So you could play with things like that here. And then for the create desktop view, it's just simply a grid with two columns. We add that list region that we initialized in the constructor, and then we add a new content view where we initialize that with the region name there, and that's basically it.
Yeah, pretty clear code. It's really nice. How clear it is in C# too, right? So we have a couple of more questions, but with them we will be out of time. I don't know if you can answer that on the chat maybe, or if are from Burkus got questions about if we can automate this busy will paid code, or there are other questions. Also, there are questions about, I guess, for myself maybe, because a question about when will be available Maui graphics with official support. So I guess that question is more for me. So we will continue with that in the chat after this session, but not want to extend that much more. Maintain the same time for all the sessions. But that has been great. Nice introduction. I love some of the new functionality in Prism with Maui. So thanks so much for being here, for showcase everything and being part of the event.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah, thanks so much. So thank you so much. There are some questions in the chat. If you can answer that, will be lovely. If not, I will take a look later. And that's all. Thanks. The camera was flipping. So
I think it turned off.
Thanks so much. Hopefully we'll meet together in person in any times. Hopefully. So for now, we have the streamings, and thanks for joining.
Yeah, it was great sharing with everyone. If you have questions, of course, hit me up on Twitter or Discord or wherever you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. And with that, we reached the end of the event. That's all that we have for today. 6 amazing sessions used to celebrate the release of .NET MAUI G8. So first of all, thanks so much to all the speakers that have joined today and have prepared amazing sessions and great demos with great content with us. I will try to get all the links, all the samples, everything, and include that in the repository from the event. And of course, thanks so much for all of you that has been here following the event with us in the streaming, or that are watching the event after the streaming. You are watching the recorded video. And talking about the recorded video, a couple of days after the event, I will edit and upload a specific video from each session on YouTube really soon. So hopefully all the content that we created today will be helpful for you. And I have enjoyed a lot having a day with some teammates, some people from the community talking and learning together. Hopefully you enjoyed too. We'll see when we do it again, hopefully soon, and see you soon on the next event. Thanks so much, everybody. Bye.